Morning, everybody. Back with another jam-packed episode of StockDads TV. Without further ado, Sir Aaron Ellis, how are you this morning?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, I'll let you do your thing, and then we'll see you guys back here with Zach for live trading today. So make sure you guys stick around for that. All right, Aaron, take it away.
Morning, everybody. Excuse me. Morning, Snipe, Lyle, Mr. Wilf. Morning, Amanda, Lar, Darren. Morning, everybody. We'll give everybody a couple minutes to get in. Hope everybody had a good evening. Morning, Frank. Morning, Art. Morning, RC. There we go. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Ready for our pre-FOMC day? Kind of cutting in and out, lagging a little bit. Give it a chance, see if it catches up here. Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Morning, Dario. Cutting it in and out. Let me try to reset my mic, see if that helps at all. Hang on one second, guys.
Chat, is it like the audio that's cutting in and out, or is it the video feed? Is it just like an audio issue, you guys think?
Let's see. Morning, Peter. Let me check my mic. Let me reset. Oh, it's better? Okay, is that good? I didn't do anything. I just threatened the mic. It's good now? Okay, cool. Excuse me. Okay. You can hear fine. Video snappy, good. Both of you guys better now. I'm not doing anything with the video right now, so it's just a screen. I think it's good. Okay. All right, cool. Well, if you guys have any issues, let me know. Yeah, that's because I threatened my mic, so I didn't do anything to it. All right. Open the green door. You want to see my kitchen? All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. Okay, so starting off on news today. Now, we've got a big news morning. All right, we do have a big news morning. All right, we've got all of our September data coming in for JOLTS, remember, because the government shut down. This is all at 10 a.m. So we've got our current JOLTS and then all of our September data. So this will really move us around, guys. All right, this will really move us around. Now we have this tentative weekly employment change. They're still not, refresh, make sure nothing's, oh, okay. Okay, well, that just came in. So it wasn't tentative anymore. Wow, so employment, okay, so hang on, well, it's not giving me the chart. All right, so anyway, we just had that. Didn't do too much to us. But this 10 a.m. is a big deal, okay? This 10 a.m. is a very big deal. All right, so that will move us around. So don't let that sneak up on you, right? Get going about your morning and then forget about that. So kind of string around your finger or whatever. All right, 10 a.m. Now, so going into tomorrow, okay, this is how, now after Europe closes today, things could get really strange. All right, nothing has to make sense. So just keep that in mind. All right, now tomorrow, okay, is FOMC. All right, and now in the morning we have our normal employment cost at 8:30. So the way Fed days usually work, all right, is things will be, the gap fill will be normal and all that. But then, things can get weird up until around 2 o'clock. Then things go wonky. Things settle down about 2:15. And then 2:30, the press conference comes out. The press conference is actually more important than the announcement itself, and how Powell comes out, and all the, you can play Powell bingo, with that, as far as the words he says, dual mandate, higher, or all the fun stuff he says. So things will go wonky, and then around 3 o'clock on Wednesday, after the meeting, wherever we are, wherever price is then, that is what we can base our decision making off of. Okay, that's going to be the trend around 3 o'clock tomorrow. All right, for the rest of the week, and then going in, we can use that price and where price is around that time moving forward. All right, so between now and then, things can be weird. Just understand that. All right, now going into tomorrow. All right, excuse me. All right, right now we've got an 89.4% chance of a cut. Okay, so we'll see if Jolts does anything to this. Now, if Jolts comes in worse than expected, that would probably be a positive. Bad news would be good, because that would increase the perception of the Fed cutting rates. If Jolts comes in better than expected, you could see this weaken a little bit. But it's just a matter of, we're not trying to predict that. It's just, how the market reacts to it. Okay, but as of right now, we've got about an 89.4% chance of a cut tomorrow. All right, but we'll see after Jolts and where. But that's a huge news event, especially one day before FOMC. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm looking at the chat. Oh, okay. Already was your side. Okay, good deal. Okay. All right. So that's what we've got going into tomorrow. So what's right in front of us? 10 o'clock. Okay. Am I good with that? You good with that? All right. What the hell am I doing? Okay. We're going to do this now. Sorry, I had my buttons mixed up. All right. So let's get to it. There we go. Okay. All right. So where are we? Well, funny you should ask. I'll tell you. On the VIX. Now, we've seen a little bit of a change here. We got to, understand our surroundings. So this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay, VIX, the index is a different thing. We don't really use that. All right. This is the leading indicator for our U.S. indices. Now, it runs inverse, right? So VIX up, indices down, VIX down, indices up. We're still in these extension shorts. Now, these extension shorts are drawn from November 24th, lows to lows, 1985 down to 1720. So you can see we've got room now to pull back into this resistance level. So what had happened yesterday, give me that. There we go. We had our pullbacks, right? We had that initial pullback right there, and we went to and through that target. Well, we went into these new extensions, these new lows to lows. Remember, they got Matumboed right here. They got smacked. We were on the live when that happened. Excuse me. Right there, went down, hit a target, bounced off the target. Same anchor, new low. When I say anchor, I mean the same starting point of the draw. Same anchor, new low, and then that broke. So that next extension broke. All right, 1771, round up to 75 out of tick, 80, right? We broke those. We traded the 85s. So as soon as we did that, as soon as we broke that short, right, we dropped the long. And these longs are holding. Okay, these longs are holding. So what's that tell us? Well, it tells us there's a really good possibility we're going to trade back up into this next extension short. All right, and that again is from the 1985s down here, our lows at the 1720. All right, up there. Okay, so jolts could toss this around, but we'll see, right? So we just got to be aware of our surroundings, that the indices could make pullbacks, as the VIX is squeezing back up into this resistance level. Now, if this breaks, different conversation, okay? But that's what we're looking at going into the morning. And these keep defending. They defended overnight. These longs defended overnight. And you can see the inverse of this on the indices, right? The indices are defending shorts right now. Okay? So a break of this. Now, if we would break this, then obviously there's something else going on that we don't know about yet. All right, but 1746, round down to 45, subtract a tick, 40. So the 40s would have to break, not trade, but break. So 40s and above, VIX can still make this larger squeeze. We break the 40s, which means we would trade the 35s. Remember, the VIX moves in 0.05 increments, nickel. Then there would be something else above us. But as of right now, we're defending these longs. Okay, as long as we're defending these longs, the indices are going to be defending shorts. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. You can see there's some room too. There's some room, for the VIX to squeeze, and people be freaking out, right? Like, oh my God, the markets are crashing. No, it's just natural progression here. Okay. All right. So any questions? Any questions on where we are? Oh, one thing I gotta check here. Hold on a second. Hold on, Omaha. Hang on. I meant to check this morning, but I didn't. Did anybody catch my Omaha reference? Let me check this real quick because I know we're going into this. Talk amongst yourselves as I'm pulling this up. Okay. Anybody know what I'm getting ready to look up right now based on the time of the month? All right. Let's see. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. So the 17th. Oh, I guess I should tell you what I was looking at. The 17th. Okay. So the 17th is actually this VIX expires the 17th. So we've got a little bit of time. I was making sure it wasn't next Tuesday, which is not. Right? Am I right? I'm all over the joint this morning. Is the 7th, the hell's the date? 9th. Okay. All right. So we're good. We're good. Okay. Any questions? What I was checking was the VIX expiration. Remember, the VIX expires once every month. So I was just making sure it wasn't. I didn't think it was, but I want to make sure it wasn't a week from today. And it's not. It is. Wait, it is. Man, I'm a week behind. So, yeah, so this is rollover week. Interesting. So maybe later in the week after the Fed meeting, we'll start looking at, start taking a peek at that new contract. All right. Okay. So that's where we're set. Yeah, it is 16th. Yeah. Now, okay, that's a good point, Ed. So trading view, this being the week before rollover, and I usually get a million people letting me know that their chart isn't lining up with mine on TradingView. Don't be surprised if sometime later this week or even in the next couple days, TradingView rolls this contract and it'll look all sorts of wonky. And if that does happen, somebody please let me know, because I have to do a little bit of stick handling and finagling around. I saw something like that, Mr. Paz, on Instagram, on my feed. That was hilarious. I saw something like that yesterday. Dennis, do you smoke or drink coffee? I drink it. Cracked me up. Ah, Tamika, you can just see me sitting by myself, scrolling, laughing. Hobbies. I need hobbies. All right. Yes, and if you have questions about if you have questions about VIX rollover, please contact Ivan. I don't even know if Ivan's on, but Ed, you can let him know I said that. All right, so we good on the VIX, guys? Yeah, just be aware, TradingView, you guys might roll over early. Well, you will roll over early. It's just a matter we don't know exactly the day. Okay. Oh no, Mr. Paz, that cracked me up yesterday when I saw that. All right. Am I good? Okay, moving on. All right, financials, still in longs. All right, we're still in this extension long on bank. Remember, bank is just an index, right? And if it's rising, tailwind for the indices. If it's falling, headwind for the indices. Doesn't move tick for tick, just creates the environment, all right, that the indices are trading in. Remember, VIX and bank are only for the US indices. All right, so bank is rising, positive environment. Bank is falling, negative environment. But we're still in these extension longs, drawn from December 1st, highs to highs. All right, right there. So we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving here. Bank's still in longs. It would have to do a whole lot of stuff to break long setups. We'd have to come all the way down here. And not to say that won't happen, but probably not today. Okay? Runny nose. Started getting a runny nose yesterday. All right. So those were our financials. Okay, so getting to it. So on the ES, now we're still absolutely in extension longs here. Okay, this is inverse of the VIX. All right. I'm sure I don't have something hanging off of me here. Okay, from November 24th, highs to highs. That's just inverse of the VIX. That's that larger VIX extension right there. All right, and here's that short. The VIX is holding those longs off of lows. Here's the indices holding shorts off of highs. All right, so we'll see going into the morning, because if the VIX squeezes, if the VIX makes this squeeze all the way up into wherever it finds resistance, then the indices are going to pull back, right? Then the indices are going to pull back into their extent. That'd be juicy. That'd be a juicy long down here. Okay. As remember, this is the second time we've traded from this extension long. All right. Remember this extension long, just inverse of the VIX. All right. We had our pullbacks right here. And that was the juicy long right there, right? All the way up into profit targets, just grind it up there. Okay. So this would be our next one right there. All right. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Now, looking at the gap fill, all right, overnight we went 10 above, right? There's Europe right there. 10 points above. The gap fill's 68.56.50. All right, there's 10 points above, there's 10 points below. So all through the morning we went 10 points above, overshot the gap, 10 points below, overshot the gap. All right, so we'll see if we get this rubber band stretch, right? Now, where's 20? I haven't even drew it up. Drawn. I haven't even drawn it up. So I didn't think we'd get that far away. 46, 36.50. Let's look at 36.50. See if I can nail it this morning. 36. Get there, get there, get there, get there, get there. Bam. No. Almost. Okay, so there's 20 points away. All right, so you can see unless something really dramatic happens, we're going to open within 20 points. And why is that important? Well, if we open within 20 points at 9:30, we have about a 70% chance of this gap filling, right? So if the ES is falling down into this, the one thing we're going to have to watch closely is, are we at resistance yet? Are we at a profit target yet? Are we at anything that would send the VIX back down. Top of the range, maybe, profit target, right? Because if it's still rising into resistance, right, then we can just keep falling, right? Don't think, and this is where I really try to teach people, just because we open at 9:30 within 20 points, that doesn't mean we're going straight here. Okay, that just means we've got the probabilities of, 70% chance of this filling. So we still need the setup, right? We still need the setup. It's not like it's just automatic. We open within 20, buy it, it's going to go straight here. That doesn't work that way. That'd be really nice. Everybody in the entire universe would be rich, right? If that was the case. Sometimes it does. Like, we've had plenty of times when it does, and that's really cool, but that's not the norm. All right, so we'll see where we open up here at 9:30, but we need resistance here, right? We need resistance, because if this just keeps squeezing higher, I don't know what happened to my voice there, but if this just keeps squeezing higher, then the ES is just going to keep falling, right? Hopefully you guys are picking up what I'm putting down here, right? That we need resistance on this somewhere. Like I said, either previous high, profit target, something that's going to stall this out, that's going to allow the indices to squeeze back up into the gap fill. All right. Okay. And I hate to say this, and I hope I'm wrong, but being pre-FOMC day, don't be surprised if this is about as much as we get today, right? We don't have to deal with these 8 times a year, so we just kind of got to suck it up, right? All right, any questions on the fill? Any questions on the fill? It's funny you said that, Mr. Paz. You guys I can see the eye rolling now. This cup that I drink out of, I don't know if you can see it. Somebody got me this years ago, and I've washed it since then, so don't be concerned. But it's got all jokes like you just said, Mr. Paz. Yeah. What has 5 toes but isn't your foot? My foot. Right? Want another one? What? Hang on. Where do you take someone who's been injured? Oh boy, this is a good one. Where do you take someone who's been injured in a peekaboo accident? Anybody get this one? To the ICU. Oh, go to bed. The cows are sleeping. It's past your bedtime. I got maybe that'll be our morning thing. There's plenty of them on here. Chris, you nailed it. There you go. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh. All right, collect myself. Okay, so any questions on the go? What the hell took me down there? Any questions on the fill? Any questions on the fill? Original anchor, yes, it's November 24th, right? Inverse of the VIX here, 67.31.75. November 24th, 3:45 p.m. Eastern. Got that rich laugh. I don't know what that means. Omaha. Oh, mercy. Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. All right. You got it, Peter? Is that the one? I assume that's the one you were looking for. Got it. Okay. All right, moving on. So once you understand what's going on in the VIX and the ES, the NASDAQ and the rest of them kind of fall in line. All right, so NASDAQ, same exact draws. All right, November 24th, highs to highs. There's our pullback down here. And then just like the ES, inverse of the VIX, VIX is holding that long from lows. Indices are holding these shorts from highs. Okay, or the NASDAQ's holding these short from highs. Okay? All right, so we'll see. Let the ES gap fill and the VIX be your guide. All right, so pretty cut and dried here, right? Okay, now moving on to the YM and the Russells. Come on. There we go. All right, so here's the YM. All right, its high down here is the 46,655. Okay, same date and everything, highs to highs. So that's down here at these 47,419s, and there's the pullback. All right, didn't quite make it. YM was a little bit weaker. Didn't quite make it into that short pullback up there. Okay, so same draws on the YM. Right, just watch bank. Remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. All right, so that's where the YM sitting in these short setups. Russell's little bit different. It's just got a different anchor. This anchor is on what? Oh no, it broke that other anchor. Okay, never mind. So we're back to the original. November 24th, highs to highs, down here, same as the others. All right. There was another extension here that the Russell was holding on to that broke. It was right here. All right, not pierced. So we're getting rid of that. All right, so there's the original draw, the original anchor down here. And then again, coming out of shorts coming out of highs. Okay, now the Russell's actually hit a target. I believe it was the Russell's. Yeah, Russell's actually hit a target here. All right, coming off of these highs. Right there, it was briefly, where was it? Right there. Right there, target. There was number 2, and we're just drawing highs to lows. Okay? All right, so Russell's is starting to weaken up a little bit here. All right. Again, watch bank. If bank opens up and takes off, it doesn't matter where the Russell's is. The Russell's is like a dog on a leash, right? If bank takes off, Russell's just gonna follow. All right. Remember, Russell's is the most sensitive to bank's movements. Okay. All right. There we go. VIX bank into. Look at the VIX. VIX bank indices. Any questions? Any questions going into the day before I move on? Anybody? Everybody dialed in, lined up, knows where we are. Pretty simple, right? Everything's the same. Everything's the same, just inverse of this, right? But all the draws and the indices are the same now. Okay. All right, we'll revisit that here in a second. All right, moving on. Bitcoin still holding on to these short setups. All right, from October 17th, lows to lows, we're still inside of that. All right, but you can see what's going on here, right? We're starting to wedge in here, starting to get uncomfortable. All right, we've still got these longs from lows that are, this is absolutely counter trend, right? Absolutely counter trend. And then we broke those shorts from highs right there. And then we turned around and broke this long from lows. So that tells us wedge, right? So getting lower highs, higher lows, just wedging in here, coiled spring, right? What we'd have to watch out for going into the morning or going into, I don't know, future, is if we dip into this low and don't continue down, right? We come down here, dip into this low, right? And we don't break this, because that could trigger that squeeze back into highs. So nothing really to do right now. This is nonsense range, right? So we'll see. FOMC tomorrow is definitely going to fling this around too. Okay, but still in shorts, absolutely still in shorts, still in the crypto winter. All right, we've dropped from 127,000 down to where we at 90 right now. All right, ultimate targets are 33.5 or September 6th. All right. Okay, crude oil, we're not looking at it because it's dumb right now. Gold and silver. Now, gold, there's not a whole lot technical going on here with gold. We're still waiting for this pullback. This is a big pullback here. Okay, these 39.54s. And after we traded into that, how much time I got? 8:47. Okay. After we traded into that, right, we broke our shorts from highs. Trade support, say the rhyme. Trade support, break the short, right there, right? Now we drop this long, and we're waiting for this pullback. Okay, first time was a little bit sloppy, but then we made a new high, so that can reactivate that. We're waiting for this pullback. We haven't got it yet. And what's kind of getting in the way, all right, are these new contract right here. These new contract lows to highs. They've been briefly sloppy. So what I'm doing now is I'm just putting a good old-fashioned line up there, right? So with that contract rollover, it kind of jacked things up a little bit as far as the measured moves. But there'd be nothing unusual about us making this pullback. That would actually be more normal for us to make this pullback than to lift off from here. But we'll see. I mean, and do whatever the hell it wants to, right? But we still haven't gotten the third leg of the stool, right? The third part of the rhyme, right? Trade support, break the short, drop the long, and that's our entry. We just haven't gotten this pullback, and that's cool. If it wants to go straight up, go straight up. All right, but that's what we're looking at here. Not a whole lot to do other than if you're trying to accumulate down at these lows. All right, not a whole lot to do. Now, silver, I haven't looked at it since I got on the call with you guys to see if we've gotten through these highs yet, but we're flirting with it. Okay, so here's silver. All right, now what is impressive about this is when I show you the dollar. Okay, so silver's in these longs from October 16th to this high, which is December 1st. All right, there's our extension long. Here's our targets up here. Right now, this is a whole mess in here. Getting impatient, right? Chad, you said 68.36. I'm not following it. You can't just throw out random numbers. My brain's not fast enough. Figure that out. Okay. Anyway, get back to me on your 68.36. Maybe I'm missing something. All right. So here's this extension long. Right now, this is messy. This is junky junked. All right. This is chop nasty in there. All right. Broken longs from lows, broken shorts from highs. This is just straight sideways on top of an extension because we're kind of building a big old sneaky snake up here, which is very common, right? This is what we were watching yesterday. All right. And that ended up breaking. All right. So going sideways, we'll see if we can get through these highs. If we get through these highs, we got 60.77 above us and then heads up, right? You know, with silver, there's nothing above us, right? These are all-time highs. There's nothing up here, right? It's look at that. Look at that on the weekly chart. Just nuts. Just comical when something. I just have the way my brain works. I just have this picture of Cartman in my head saying, "Screw you guys," and just taking off. So we'll see. We'll see. All right, not a whole lot to do again right here. You know, there's entries down here, accumulation phase down here. But right here at highs, we'll see if we can get through them. Right, and then if we do get to these 60.77s, if we go through them, great. Highs to highs. If we make a pullback, then we're just going same anchor, new high. Do we know what happens at 5:30 and if that affects us? Again, Chad, with your numbers. I don't know what you mean by 5:30. 5:30, like this morning, this evening. What happened at 5:30? What instrument are you talking about? And what you're killing me, Smalls? I'm trying to pick up what you're putting down here, but I'm not doing a good job. All right. If you could put it in first grader terms, then I can understand it. Okay. 52. All right, we got to kind of get boogie in here, guys. All right, so there's the precious metals. Okay. Now, this is moving on to the dollar. This is where things get a little interesting for the indices and for the precious metals. Okay. Here's DXY, not the dollar. Right. Oh, it did at 5:30. Okay, I'll have to look at it. Here's DXY, not the dollar, right? But it's a bunch of different currencies shoved together, makes up an index. So we're back at resistance, right? So if we fall, right, we're in dollar weakness. All right, we're in dollar weakness trades if we fall out of this, which is bullish for, as of right now, bullish for the precious metals and for the indices, right? And for the bullish for the indices. But when we look at the actual currencies, right, you'll see paint a little bit different story or paint a little bit different picture. So that's why we say the DXY can lie. All right. But you can see when we traded into this resistance the first time and shot back down, we didn't break the long, did we? Right. So now we're kind of stuck in here. So when we get to the actual currencies themselves, okay, here's the dollar yen. Now, there's no joke about that. Right. So we ran into our next extension long, right? We were kind of waiting on that from August 1st, highs to highs, and it just exploded off of that extension long, right? That was our next support level. So right there, right now, there's a traditional right here coming off of these lows, right there. So this is kind of in a straight up or not at all scenario right now because we blew through that target. So we're in this straight up or not at all on the dollar yen. All right, we're coming back up into that halfway back from highs, and that hasn't broken. But here's our straight up or not at all from these highs on Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. yesterday. There's a pullback right there, haven't hit the target. So if these extensions break, now they're still could be halfway back below us. But if we're going to continue to go straight up in dollar strength trades, this is a dollar strength trade. If we're going to continue to go straight up, we're going to have to do it from these extension longs. Because if they break, we're making a larger pullback and we're back into dollar weakness, at least for a little bit. Okay? All right, so, but if the dollar yen breaks this, right, then we've confirmed dollar strength up to the 159.58, way up there. All right, that's why I said it's a little spooky, right? We gotta pay attention. Now, of course, tomorrow, FOMC, all this get flung all over the place. All right, but that's where we are right now. All right, so you can see we're kind of at an inflection point with our dollar. All right, moving on to the euro. Okay, here's the euro. So its next support level that we know about, okay, is drawn from these lows on November 5th to our highs. That's kind of the middle of this great big range. All right, but look what the euro is doing. Right, there's a short off of highs. Now you could make the argument that this broke by a pip. We're kind of not getting too excited about that yet. But if we break, which we just did, okay, so we just confirmed this. Now we could have shorts from highs, start a series coming off of that, leading us down. All right, so we'll see. Things could be wonky with FOMC being tomorrow, but that's what it's looking like right now. You know, these would all be dollar strength trades back down into support. Okay. So right there, that was kind of that was kind of the key, right, to see if this was considered broken or not. Because if it was considered broken, then we would have held this long. And we didn't, right? Even broken on the original draw. So we'll see if we start a series here. A series of dollar strike trades. Okay, that would lead us down into support. Dollar strike would put a headwind against precious metals, headwind against the indices. Doesn't mean they're going to go down, it just means it's harder to go up. Okay, so there's the euro, British pound, there's its short, right? Traded once. This is the one I was going to show you. Traded once, and I want to point this out. Coming out of highs like this, Fred Flintstone getting his car going, right? We got to build up enough fuel before we can move. But coming out of these highs, look, we were just barely sloppy right there, right? But then we came down, touched this target perfect, right? Same anchor, new low, barely sloppy again. See how that's kind of playing out up here in the Fred Flintstone zone, right? Trying to get that trend going. All right. But as of right now, you know, it's holding short setups, leading down into larger support. These would be dollar strike trades. All right, let's see. Okay, so the VIX is back at highs. All right, so we'll see if we get an entry at these 10 points. See if we can get down to these 10 points here. All right, on the gap fill. Okay, questions, quick. Questions. ES flashed down at 5:30. 5:30 what, this morning? Oh, this guy? I don't know what that was. I was sleeping. I don't know what that was. I don't know. Did one of you guys short the ES at that time? Screw up our markets? Did the VIX run into a long right there? Let's see. Did it touch its long? Not really, huh? I don't know. What are we having for breakfast? I had a shake and now I'm having coffee. That's my breakfast. All right. 2 eggs over easy, 3 slices of bacon, sausage patty, some biscuits and gravy, and then pass out for the next hour. All right. Bacon, egg, and cheese. There you go, Cycle. Okay, I got to jump off, guys. Any last minute questions? Don't let that 10 a.m. sneak up on you. I hate that. I don't use the word hate, but I very much dislike that when I see in the chat somebody chime in, oh my gosh, what was that? At 10 o'clock, what the heck happened? News. Don't let those sneak up on you. No reason to get clobbered, right? Okay. All right, you guys the best. Tyler, you there? All right, thanks everybody. You guys the best. I'll talk to you at noon. Don't forget 10 o'clock news. All right. All right, see y'all. Thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, guys, we're gonna step away real quick. We have Zach in the back end here. We're gonna get him set up, and then we'll be back on. He'll start breaking down what he's watching, his game plan for today, and we'll be live trading with him. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We also have 2 giveaways today. We have a 50K and a 100K account from Lucid, 50K, 100K test account. So we're gonna be doing those giveaways. So make sure you guys are sticking around. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Tradeovate, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. Good morning, everybody. We're back with Zach. Oh, I gotta fix our swear jar here. But Zach, how are you, sir? Good morning.
Going on? How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. Excited for another day in the markets. We'll see. We got what FOMC tomorrow, so my expectations are probably still a little low until we get that coming out in the that meeting and stuff, the speech. So, but what are you looking at? How was your Monday? How are things looking for you today?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's been a bit slow. I've been doing the small account challenge. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster. Some good winners, some tough losers, but overall not bad. I don't really have a whole lot today. Only have a couple names on watch, but I can hop right into it. Um, as you said, I'm not really expecting a whole lot until
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow. If we do get some stuff going on today, that's fine. I'm actually going to start with the indices because I think it's actually important to start there, uh, just because of what's happened really the last like few weeks. Honestly, I mean, ever really since Thanksgiving, if we just kind of zoom out and just look at the price action with no levels, right? So we kind of had this nasty reversal sell off a couple Thursdays ago, and then during Thanksgiving week, we kind of just had a slow grind up, quote low volume grind up, right? That just erased the entire thing. And so now, pretty much the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days, we've gone up about 1% on the S&Ps, but it's been really ugly. It's been a lot of nasty intraday moves, a lot of chop intraday as
Mm-hmm.
well. So it seems like it's really one or the other. It's either we're getting a nasty move or we're getting chop. And that action is very tough, right? At least for me, I like clear trend. When we get nasty intraday reversals or fake outs and stuff like that, I find it hard personally to kind of get a grip on what's going on, right? And so with this market right now, we technically are still within last week range, which we never want to see. However,
Mm-hmm.
last week range was still a pretty tight range. And so the key thing about today is that, and we also actually saw it yesterday, but going into today as well, ES and NQ and SPY and QQQ are a bit different here, where they're both not necessarily strong, but ES and SPY yesterday were much weaker. And that was kind of something we noticed right away. The first 5 minute candle of the day kind of told the whole story for the day, where the NQ got a big spike up and SPY actually dropped. And so now, if you look at SPY, right, compared to QQQ, they both look similar. However, QQQ is not yet tagged the daily 8 EMA officially. So, kind of in my eyes here, I'm looking for a potential maybe sweep of previous day lows and rally from there. But the biggest thing that I'm watching here is the hourly chart. We can still sweep the hourly low, sweep yesterday lows and remain in an hourly uptrend. That's still possible. However, we're still technically in an hourly uptrend here on the Qs despite the sell-off. Where if you look at the SPY actually is in an hourly downtrend. I'm gonna let the EMAs load here. It's a little slow this morning with TradingView, but we're by definition still technically in an hourly downtrend. So what I need to see today is both of those back in alignment. I don't really care which way I'm at. I'm leaning up obviously here, because it's going to be a little bit harder of a short, I think, at this point, because we do have a lot of support here and we have built a good range. But if we do, in theory, flip both to the downside, we can get some, accelerated selling if we do break the daily 8 EMA. But I'd prefer simply just flip back to the upside and continue grinding from there. But what I mentioned in my daily plan this morning is that we kind of have to assume it's going to be chop until it's not. So, this is kind of paints a picture perfectly here. Since here, we rose a little bit over 1%, but realistically, it's a lot of chop. And then this was really just mostly a gap up that ended up fading. So, excuse me, as far as expectations for the day, for the overall indices, they're not much. I don't really have much expectations here. I am going to assume chop until it's not. And then I'm going to wait ideally an hour. It may take a couple to figure out will the EMAs and the hourly be in alignment with each other on the SPY and the QQQ. If at any point today they're conflicting, we have to assume we're just getting conflicting action. It doesn't really matter if you're a bull or a bear, right? I just like things to be in alignment for me because that makes things more clear. When things are more clear, we in theory can have an easier time identifying trend. And then as someone like myself who's a trend trader, it becomes easier to take trades. So that's the SPY, that's a QQQ kind of breakdown. As far as the Russell and the Dow, neither really are much interest to me. Last week, actually, we had a couple good trades on the Russell and the Dow. They each kind of had days where they led the way. And that's what I usually say about the Russell and the Dow is that the majority of the time I don't trade them. I think we've had this discussion as well on here. But
Yeah.
when I do trade them, they're clear leaders and it's pretty obvious. And so that's what happened last week. We had a nice multi-day rally there on the Russell. Now it's fair to expect a couple days of consolidation. So we're at previous day low. This is another name that could, kind of come down to that daily 8 and test that easily. And looking at the Dow as well, kind of the same deal where I think it was this day right here, this last Wednesday, we had a really nice move. I captured a piece of that. And then it's since gone sideways for 3 days and change now. So for the Russell and the Dow, really not interested unless we get some clear relative strength or relative weakness. If that happens, I'm going to try to take advantage of that. And then gold here, I think it's a bit tricky. Let this load. Here we go. So we've been getting still that expanded volatility, which is good. There's tons of opportunity when we have those wider ranges. However, gold likes to do this where it has a couple days of trend and then like a week of consolidation. We could see that many times, right? So this was actually a downside move. And then we had, like 10 days of consolidation. Upside move kind of retraced, had about 6-7 days of consolidation. Upside move, now we're on day like 6 here of consolidation. So I don't know if it's going to take more time. The one key thing is that we actually swept. I thought we swept last week low. I think we just swept the previous day low here. So by sweeping that low, it's, the question for me now is, do we need to sweep that low again during the regular trading hours? Is that good? Is that the low of the week? Right. And that will only be, told through time. We don't have the data for that yet. But above the previous day high, 42, I also have a level there around 42, 47 change. We have room up towards basically last week high 42.80 and then 42.95s. So gold, it still has a wide range. Even in a 30, 40 point range, we can get some trades. Obviously, 5 points on gold is great for any type of trade. But if we want that established trend and kind of expanded ADR, we need to break above these highs. So, I'm hoping that happens within the first hour of the day, set the scene, set the tone, and then we can get a move in there. And that's pretty much what I have for the indices. And I wanted to cover that first because, like I said, I don't really have a ton as far as the individual names. But it also kind of paints a picture. Plus, we have the data tomorrow, so it's kind of to be expected, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So I have a couple names on watch. This is my favorite for sure. I've never traded this ticker, but this kind of falls into the category of my post-earnings ideas, post-earnings setups. I scanned the entire earnings calendar, and this was really the only one that I found that was somewhat viable. There was a couple that I was like, I can make an exception, but I'm like, I don't want to make an exception, right?
This is CGNT.
Yes, CGNT is a ticker, Cognite Software. Again, I never traded this ticker, but doesn't necessarily matter too much. I looked at the option chain already. They only have monthlies, which is fine. So meaning if we were to take this, we'd probably go the next week expiration because again, it's either next week or it'll be January. So I'd probably go on the next week's, the 12/19s if I take entry here. Pretty much like a choppy, drifty range for about like 6 months or so here, getting a nice gap from earnings, right? And we've had moves in the past where we've had decent sized moves intraday from earnings, right? So this is one. About 10.3 to 9.1. This one was a little bit smaller, but 8.8 down to 8.1, but still, relatively speaking, about like a 9% intraday reversal, 7%, 8%. Here, 9.1 up to 10.2, so that's about $1 change. Here is around 8 to almost 9. So we can get easily like $1 to $1 plus move, which makes me believe that we can not only fill this gap, but potentially even get up to 11.3 stay if we really, really go nutty. The key thing is we want to gap over this 9.6, right? We want to gap over that 9.6 and we want to retest it. Just get some type of dip back over the opening print for longs. I would be a bit aggressive here and maybe not wait for a full 5-minute candle close if we get the clear gap over and the clear retest, just because I do like this setup a lot. And then the targets are big, right? Up towards 10.7 and 10.8, and then like 11.3 plus, really back up to these previous highs. And the key thing here, which is why I would be a bit more aggressive, The weekly here is about to flip, and we've seen some crazy moves the last couple days, couple weeks trading, so I'm not going to rule anything out. However, this is kind of the stance and the bet that I'm willing to take, that the weekly will flip to the upside here as long as we don't fade the entire move plus some. So as long as we don't literally go like this and fade the entire thing plus some, the weekly will flip. Obviously, that is a possibility, but I'd be willing to take a stance that we don't do that. And if we do that, I'll take my loss gracefully. So the weekly will flip back to the upside, and then if you look at the monthly here, the monthly will be setting up a buy by definition back over these highs would look really good. And then looking like bigger picture, which again we would need it to kind of restructure the position, but over like this area in here, it breaks out of a 6-year base, or excuse me, like a 5-year base, where really we can start pushing these like IPO highs up in here. But again, kind of one step at a time. So that's definitely my favorite trade of the day. I will be aggressive in there just because I like it a lot. And, I would rather be aggressive and the trade not work than be passive and the trade work for a setup like this. Next up, not sure if we can get anything here. Sezzle, it had a daily 1, 2, 3. The daily flipped up, but it's kind of gapping into a resistance area. I would have liked it to gap closer to 70 for kind of a cleaner retest and back over the opening print. Now we kind of have a couple levels in the way, but the main target I was watching was this weekly 20 EMA around 77, so that would be the target. So it still has room there. It just may be a bit trickier to get there. So I probably will pass on that one, but we'll see. I'm going to have it up. A-Lab, this was the one that we got absolutely whacked on last week, where I said, I actually said the same thing, where the daily will flip unless we reverse the entire thing plus some. And so sure enough, we gapped up from 165 to 172s, pushed up to 181s. I bought a pullback around like 177-ish, 178, and then we had the largest intraday reversal in its history. However, now it kind of held, the daily flipped, and I said yesterday I was not going to buy this impulse. This is the spot now. We are getting that pullback. We are getting that retracements down to the hourly 20. This is kind of the spot that it should hold. If it, it should hold around here, and then it probably shouldn't get deeper than like 156, 157, which is the daily EMAs again. So this is definitely the spot. If it doesn't dip any deeper, it could probably just be a daily inside bar. So I'd probably say by at least next week, if not further out. Targets would be intraday, previous day high, but then 184, 192 still remain the targets in there. And then the last setup for today is Upwork. Upwork was on my radar yesterday. Never really got a setup. Now we got a daily 1, 2, 3. We did break the previous highs, but I'm willing to be a little bit aggressive here if we get a dip to 19.8s. And then the stop will just be under this previous low here at 19.3s. Then the targets are up towards 21-ish, and then up towards 23. And then on a big swing, we got 25 as a target, but probably have to reevaluate there. So, I'd be willing to be aggressive there. It's still an inside weekly bar, but we do have the potential to still push up all the way to 21 in the next 4 days. And I'd be buying time. I'd probably buy 1 month out for this one.
Okay.
That's what I got. That's what we got.
Sounds good, man. I like it. Let's see here. We got it's 9:24, so we got 6 minutes till market open here. I gotta. Oh, you use TradingView, huh? You don't use Thinkorswim.
Oh, sorry, I use TradingView. Yeah.
Okay. No worries. I had a Thinkorswim technical question. I accidentally screwed something up. I can't figure out how to fix it.
Yeah, I'm not your guy, unfortunately.
No worries. And like I said earlier, chat, we do have a couple Lucid test accounts to give away, 50K, 100K account today. So we'll do that towards the end of our live trading. You have to be on stream to claim it. I'm going to drop a link. If you haven't filled out your contact information, you're going to want to make sure to fill it out there. And then this afternoon, we have Aaron back for the nooner. And then we have Duke joining us for Ticker Tinder. So we'll look at a couple names he's got on watch for potential swings. We had somebody come on yesterday that was like a new viewer. They just found us on YouTube and was asking names. So I'm trying to get our names added. Here's Zach. Just so people can see it. How are we all doing today, chat? How is everybody's evening? How's the back feeling, Zach? Last week, you were a little down bad with a back injury.
Yeah, it's actually not the best. It's gotten better, but it's definitely not back to normal. So I'm actually after I hop off today, I'm actually going to get treatment on it.
Oh dang. Well, hopefully nothing too serious. You can get it taken care of.
Yeah, it shouldn't be anything. I think just tweaked it. It just still bugged out a bit. Did I jump in Cypher? No, I do not have any Cypher yet. Fry. As always, if I do take a trade, I will signal that in the Discord. Don't you worry. Or if you're not in the Discord.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't know if you know who that is, but yeah, obviously I feel like that's probably like a new thing for you guys to get used to. Like when you're trading live, it's probably like your go-to. Just like did I alert it?
Yeah. Alrighty. So the main watch for me at the open, and again, like I said, I will be aggressive with it, is the CGNT if it sets up. As I said that, it kind of spiked back under level here. But if it does end up opening over this 9.6s, I would be aggressive with it. Even if it does get a spike down and then just pushes past 9.6, I'd still be willing to be aggressive there. Like I said, I'd rather be aggressive and it doesn't work than be passive and then I miss it for this particular setup here. Bar fading though.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of expect us to stay inside this weekly range until Wednesday here. Kind of like.
Yeah, I almost am thinking like a long, like right at open, just for the sake of, do we get like a full breakdown before the data tomorrow? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Obviously, it's not enough for it. I mean, we are at a key level too. We're at the daily 8 EMA roughly. So, I mean, we did just sweep the overnight lows. I mean, we do have the potential. Not a terrible stop, like 30-point stop if we want to take it, but I'll probably just focus on CGNT at the open.
VIX starting to open right above its previous day high as the indices are kind of breaking down here. Russell and the Dow holding up a little bit.
The Russell just swept.
Yeah, lows.
Yesterday low.
Yeah.
All right, so CGNT did not get the gap. But as you can see here, the weekly is about to flip, so it could be valid. But I want to see it above 9.6s. Could take an aggressive entry, but I'm just going to hold off. I want to see a little bit more of a push. See here on my third screen, I have the weekly up just to see. And so if we do get above 9.6s, it should act as if we did flip to the upside. Like, part of me wants to take this now, guys, and part of me wants to just be cautious. The real aggression would have came if we gapped over the level, but we didn't. And so trying to just, you know, I can see a scenario where we just kind of burst through the level and then we don't get any entry. But because of that, I'm just going to wait now.
NQ just tagged previous day's low. ES has not gotten there yet. YM and RTY both ripping.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was just looking at RTY and didn't even see NQ. The early entry potential here for the next week $10 calls, though, is very good as far as R to R. If it does hit target, the contract's 4 to 5x. So that is pretty massive. But again, it's early entry. So I'm going to wait for at least the first 5-minute bar because we didn't cap over the level. A-Lab did get the move from the open at the hourly 20. I just was passing on it for CGNT, but did end up getting a nice spike there.
Man, Dow's really running.
This 5-minute bar feels forever.
I know.
Russell with a huge move.
Qs are kind of interesting to me right now.
Yeah, it's trying. I'm debating if I want this aggressive entry here in CGNT.
I'm gonna try a little MNQ on the prop account.
All right, I just took some of the $10 call for next week. I only got filled on a couple though, which is odd.
This is the Upwork or
Now CGNTA, I got
CGN. Okay,
filled
Cognitive. Yeah.
next week at 10, excuse me, at 0.15 for the $10 call.
Frog. What is this company? J Frog Ltd.
Yep.
That's a cool ticker.
Yeah, I wanted to break that previous day high.
Yeah, Frog looks solid.
I only got filled on 4 of them, guys, for the next weeks.
I'm in some MNQ at 25,604.
Nice, nice. Wow, the Russell had a huge move. Look at that thing.
Nice start on NQ here. Up almost 40 points.
Nice.
Coming into VWAP here.
Jeez, GC with a big reversal. There's that hourly 20.
So what I was watching on NQs, basically we sold off into previous day's low, while ES showed a little bit of relative strength, did not come into yesterday's low. Plus YM and the Russell were both ripping. So as we held previous day's low, got back up above my level here at 25,598 is when I took my entry. So now back over the open. I'd like to see us hold this, hold the open, hold this level. But hard stop's still below the New York low right now. Well, quick VWAP rejection there, back under the open. See how this reacts.
Oof. Super volatile right now.
Oh, there's 10 a.m. news today, huh?
Yep. Also, I said this yesterday in the voice chat, but I know you weren't on it, Tyler, so I'll tell you what I thought was very interesting. On Friday, I got invited to this event by Mumu, the brokerage.
Yeah.
And they had somebody from the SIBO come and talk about stuff, and some of the stuff I already knew, some of it wasn't really applicable. One of the things I mentioned yesterday to the chat, they said that the worst time to open a trade on the indices is from 10 to 10:01 Eastern time.
10
Doesn't
to
even
10:01.
matter. Yeah, and it doesn't even matter if there's data, because apparently the market makers and the algos, etc., they already like pre-programmed to widen their spread so they don't get screwed if there's a big data spike.
Okay.
So they said even if you're using a limit order, you can still get filled wrong potentially. Obviously, if you use a market order, forget about it. But regardless if there's news or not, from 10 to 10:01.
Really?
If you're in a trade prior, it won't really matter too much, but you're trying to open a trade. So I thought that was very interesting.
That is interesting. Two-minute initially gave us that wick in and trying to hold the opening print. So we're okay with that for now.
Still only filled on 4 of these guys for the CGNTs. I still have the order in, but if it doesn't get filled, I'm not going to chase it. I'm just going to let it sit for now. Because again, it is a little bit of an aggressive entry here. I know that.
RTY straight into the level.
I just saw that. Frog is approaching yesterday high here.
NQ didn't quite get the gap fill. Gap fills at 61. It got up to 53.
GC with a crazy move now. It spiked up 13 points, reversed 10, spiked back up 9.
Come on, opening print. Give us the hold, baby.
Come on, Frog. Come on,
Frog.
little froggy.
I like that ticker, man.
Come on, little froggy. I traded it once before. It was a post-earnings move a long time ago. And I remember I was looking to swing it, and it made a crazy move in one day. Let me see where it was. I don't remember where it was. But it made a crazy move in one day, and I sold the whole thing. That was my only experience, but right at that previous day high.
All right, well, then it's a love relationship then.
Come on, we just
Frog's cooking, baby.
we did break yesterday high, so that's good. All right, so that's good. Broke yesterday high.
Oh
so
yeah,
it's
it did
normal.
just tag right above it. At first, I'm looking at it, I'm like, it doesn't look like it did. I had to zoom in to see it for you.
Yeah, I had to get my face right at the screen.
Like Thinkorswim gives me a little thing, like if whatever time frame you're watching. So if I'm on the hourly chart, if that's like the highest price, it has like the little label that says high. But when I zoomed out, I'm like, it doesn't look like it went high. It did though. Just had to zoom in.
Yeah.
NQ still slightly green here, battling right at the OP.
5 minutes still valid. Just it's banging up against the other 15 and hourly.
Yeah, 15 put in Doji, a little bit of a bigger bottom wick.
I like it, and I do want to honestly take it, but I'm just concerned if I can't get a trim off before the 10 a.m. I don't want to like roll the dice.
Yeah.
But at the same time, again, knock on wood, I'm hoping for you at the very least, we do have the immediate, components to put in low of day, right? ES did not make a new low. NQ is the only market. The other indices do have a lot of strength. NQ back above the opening print.
Yep. That's exactly. Pretty much everything I'm watching.
Didn't have this news.
Yeah. If we can get above VWAP, I'll probably tighten the stop. Maybe even go break even. I just don't want the news to spike us into the level, then hold.
Yeah.
And take me out.
That's what I was going to say, is that sometimes the news is a non-event.
Yeah.
But
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
in the event that it is, we don't want to get whacked. Okay, nice spike. Let's go, frog. Keep pushing you, little froggy.
We got 12 minutes here till the news.
A-Lab did pretty much what I thought. Bounced off the hourly 20. I figured it could get up to like 170s. Now fading. So that was like, quote, the move I was looking for off like a day trade. And now for any type of new entry, probably has to be a swing.
There's NQ back down into the level and getting a little bounce, so right above my entry here now. Just a couple points.
Guys, I just trimmed one of Ulta 2.00, okay? Took off one.
Nice, nice. Let's go back over the open. We're looking solid here.
Retested level.
Yeah.
And ES didn't really even budge right there.
No, not at all.
ES actually made a new high.
Yeah, the 5 minutes there look pretty dang different. So it's jolts.
Yeah, I didn't get filled on any more CGNT as well, Frank. If I do, I'll let you know. And yes, I did get filled at 2.
I think I even think NQ an entry here would still be valid on this 2 minute trigger. I'll probably look, if this gets a little bit of follow through, I'll probably look to tighten the stop under this current 2 minute low. But I'd love to see some follow through above VWAP first. VIX is still breaking down.
Frog is doing what I wanted so far for a potential ad where we break the previous highs, pull back. As long as we can hold this pullback, I'll look to add.
Chat, don't forget we have Aaron back on for the nooner, breaking down the morning action, and then we got Duke on this afternoon for some Ticker Tinder. Scanning through some potential overnight names. Chad asks, when is the next trim target for Alta?
I don't know, because my dream target on this trade is 657, which is still a gigantic move. You know, that's like a 8-9% move or so. So I just wanted to take off one at break even just to reduce the size. If we get to like 611, maybe I'll take another. But I really would like to hold, if possible, 2 for a break. But obviously, we have to break 611 first, or else it could just be an inside weekly bar. So, you know, we'll kind of just see what happens. Still no fill on the CGNT either, so I don't think it'll get filled, truthfully. But I got 4 of them.
When you do, I haven't looked at the spreads on CGNT, but do you do, if there's like a little bit of a spread, do you do like a mid strike when you put in your limit order, or how do you typically go about that?
Yeah, so I try, but like this one, for example, it's a cheap contract, and they're 5 wide. So there's no like spread. It's just like 5 wide. So they're 0.15 to 0.20 or 0.20 to 0.25.
Okay.
So I was just hoping to snag like the, you know, the bid there, and I did get some, but now the contracts are 0.20 to 0.25. So I don't even know if I don't even know if you get any at 0.20 now. But
gotcha.
You know, if it's just forward, it is what it is. But typically, I try my best to get, you know, if it is like a wider spread, let's say it's a more expensive name, like even Ulta, the spread's like 1.3 to like 1.7 or so. I'll try somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. NQ right back to break even here. YM's made new highs. ES is still kind of actively making new highs. Russell looks like it wants to.
Russell 15 is about to flip to the upside.
Yeah.
It's just really, honestly, the matter of the data. And honestly, for what it's worth, gold ripping through all of the kind of downside resistance areas.
Microsoft is a name I'm going to be keeping on watch the next couple of weeks as well. It looks solid now, but it looks really good above 495s. It has room up to 506. This is an area, it might not be a bad place to start a small swing trade position.
If we didn't have 10 a.m. data in 5 minutes, I'd be adding more frog right here. This is what I wanted to see happen. Exactly. Pretty much picture perfect. Break the previous day highs, pull back, break back above to show that we can hold the pullback. We're now back above the previous day high. I would add one here if there wasn't any data. If it's still valid after data, I may take.
Four minutes to the data. Keeping an eye on these Microsoft 500 strikes for next week.
check it out.
We have a weekly 3-bar. I like it a lot more over 495.
Kind of a funky daily. It does look like it wants to. So it's daily inside bar, weekly inside bar. It's definitely above those 495s, 494s.
Yeah,
or so
it's just,
better.
yeah, you got this area resistance over 495. I like it a lot more, but
Just that
keep an eye
weekly double top is just so gnarly.
Yeah.
But it kind of already did its damage, so you can kind of make that
Yeah,
case.
I know. Yeah, so we're kind of erasing. Like if we, you know what I mean? If we fail that,
Yeah.
see
So like for me, daily and the weekly are in a downtrend, so it's a tough long. But
mm,
in theory too, like if it's gonna make a move, it should probably make a move from here.
yeah,
It also makes a case where it's like you could just long a stronger of them. Like I think Apple is a bit stronger. Pull back a bit, but now trying to hold the daily pullback. So
still battling at this opening print.
yeah, it's like looking just like a 15-minute inside for NQ, and then decision time after data.
2 minutes and 20 seconds. Plus whatever your internet YouTube lag is. Or minus that, I should say.
Yeah.
How about talent? Too scared to get embarrassed on Chell in public, man.
I know, right?
There's something I just found for anybody who's watching who's an old school gamer. I know somebody talked about the N64 that I have back here the one day, but what I found is there's a free open source project that like somebody built. It's called Project 64, and it's like they call it like an emulator, but you can play all the N64 games on your PC through it, which is pretty cool.
That's cool. All right.
About 30 seconds till data here. NQ back over the open. I'm keeping my 45-point stop. I'm gonna hold through it here. I believe Aaron seemed to think that this JOLTS report should be a big deal. So we'll see if it adds a little volatility to the market here or not. Two, one. Oh, quick spike back into OP. Back above. Can it hold? Can it hold? Had a quick little spike on right when it dropped there, but then pretty dull sense. All right, NQ 5-minute break in the previous 5-minute 5-minute high. Tagging VWAP again here. See if it can break. Russell just bull flagging above VWAP.
Guys, I added back the contract I just sold on Ulta at 1.20.
Okay. How many Altas do you have?
Now I have 4.
Okay. And so you had 4, trimmed 1, and then added that one back?
Yes.
Okay. Still looks solid here. VIX breaking down even more. Haven't looked at bank at all today. I'd imagine it would look strong with the Dow and Russell being strong. Bank straight up. Okay, there we go. There's NQ. There it is. We're up 60 points here.
Nice.
From an hourly level perspective, I don't have anything up until yesterday's opening print, which is 25,791. I'll definitely take off a little probably before that.
You just filled the gap there.
Yeah. See if we can hold, see if we can get up into 700, 25,700. Look to take half off there. Unless it starts to give me signs of failure. I'm going to look at Titan stop here as well. Yes, just tagged its overnight high. Man, with the bank strength, the Russell Bull flag long's valid too.
Still no fill in that CGNT.
Was that yesterday's high too? The ES has more. I don't know if Peter. I'm not sure which yesterday's high you might be referring to a different name. But the ES high is all the way up at 68.86. Another 20 points. Ooh, I think Fuzz might have entered some XOM swings yesterday. And if he did, man, that's ripping. Pretty sure he did. Congrats to Fuzz.
I may add one frog. Wait for this 15-minute close.
Let's peep frog.
1, 2, 3 could be valid.
What do you have any? Not that this even matters, obviously, if you're just trading on technicals. But what does Frog do? I just love the
I think they're like data software, something
okay.
like that. Yeah, something of that nature.
Just looking at the Discord main chat, and I don't know who's who in there and who's on the stream right now, and someone just mentioned the fact that with Zach's trade that it just moved too quick on stream to get filled, maybe the same fill as him, anything like that. And so I just wanted to point that out, that that's why you guys, if you're in the Discord, if you're on the streams, like the goal should be learning to fish, right? Like instead of just every day coming in and blindly following, just what Zach does without really kind of diving into it yourself and seeing why he's looking at these things and why he's doing these things, and like putting that extra work in, to where I get if you're new, it may be like scary to, then try to do these things on your own. But once you've been in here for a little while,
Yeah, sure.
you want to, if it's not a bad thing, I don't think, to come in, listen to Zach's game plan, see what he's watching, and see what he likes, that kind of thing. So then you're watching it, but then sometimes at some point you want to be able to then start pulling the trigger on your own without having to wait, because you may know, okay, here he talked about this. He said if it sets up like this, he's going to take it. It looks like it's setting up like this to me, so he's probably going to take it. Like I'm going to take it too, right? So like make sure you guys are trying to apply that. I think that's important if you're going to last in trading long term. You have to take responsibility for those decisions, and try to learn, and so you can make them on your own without having to just follow. We obviously love having you guys in here, and we want to try to share as much value as we can. I just want to make sure that you are trying to do that while you're here.
Yeah, definitely. I even mentioned somewhere, and again, someone did make a good point, like put, you could put trims ahead of time, which I often do that. I say, set trims here, but I was just looking at the contracts and they just started like running, and the underlying wasn't even moving much. So I'm not going to type out, hey guys, we're looking at the trim and then take the trim. Just, I'm just going to take the trim, right? Sometimes I do, I say, hey, we're going to set the trim at XYZ, but I also did mention yesterday I was going to look to reduce size at break even. But nonetheless, it just still goes back to the fact that the most important thing is just to be able to be self-sufficient. Even when I teach in the mastermind, the first thing I tell everybody is, hey, there's gonna be stuff that I teach you that you're gonna love, some stuff that you're gonna hate. Take the pieces that you like and kind of.
All right, are we back? Chat. I just got a message that OBS disconnected, but it said it reconnected.
I can hear you good.
Okay. I think we might have cut out there for a second, but I think we're back. Sorry, that made me lose my train of thought there, but I forget what I was even saying. Oh yeah, the master. Oh yeah. So yeah, if someone's taking your mastermind, yeah, okay, we're good. If somebody's taking your mastermind, obviously you want them to and hope that they relate to your personality and your style and it fits them. But everybody's going to be a little bit different, so you definitely want to learn how to fish, not just follow signals. And I can say I remember after I took when I was trading, I took a mastermind from Rake Trades, and I was following his trades for a while, and then it got to a point where I started taking them on my own, and then I would go back and look like, oh, what did I didn't even look at his signals anymore, but I would look and see, and it's like, oh, what did he trade today after the fact? And so often we would take basically the same trade on the same board, so it was like, okay, clearly I'm resonating with his style when he's taking, because I'm seeing it when I'm not following it, so that should be the goal.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't know here, chat. NQ can't get above VWAP. The RTY had a little level rejection back into VWAP. Nice bounce. Looks solid. Frog, nice. Did you get it? Did you add back into Frog, or you never got a
No,
chance?
I didn't. I just held what I had.
Yeah.
Because the premiums were actually moving solid.
Nice
And,
break higher there.
Almost 30% here.
SPX premiums suck today.
So the CGNT is breaking higher. I am considering adding a different strike or date here. We're not able to get a fill. January $10 calls could work. See if we can break over that hold.
I'm gonna move my stop up on MNQ to 25,586. So that now makes it about 18 points worth of risk. Just in case we can't get this breakout, reduce risk a little bit here. We're still battling. I'm still, that still keeps me a few points underneath my level. If we start to break back down underneath the opening print under the level, I don't think I want to stick around anyway. Well, Jolts couldn't send us. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we're just gonna stay in the tight range today or what. Come on, Otto.
Upwork's breaking that high.
I feel like there could be a good like EDM song. Otto. Frog cooking pretty good.
Yeah. I want to see a little bit more push. 68.2 and then 70s are the targets.
So this is new all-time high territory for Alta or for Frog, huh?
No, it's been up here before.
Oh,
It's
has
new
it? Okay.
52 week high though. Yeah,
Okay.
new 52 week high. If we get an hourly close above the 9.6s, I think I'm going to take January $10 calls for that CGNT.
Shout out Fuzz. I was he took uh XOM swings on Friday. It's getting a real nice pump today. I just typed in Fuzz as the ticker instead of XOM. Shout out Fuzz.
Upwork did work right off that daily 8 EMA for the long. Upwork's somewhat slow moving sometimes, so if we can get an hourly pullback or 15-minute pullback from here, consider it, but triggered the 1, 2, 3.
Not much to write home about on the NQ trade so far.
Yeah, the 15-minute still flipped to the downside, so if we could flip that back to the upside, I think that's when we get that run. Plus, ES needs to flip the hourly, so if we can hold here for the next 10 to 12 minutes, then I think that's when we could potentially get that move.
Yeah. Yeah, my entry's right under that 15-minute low, and if we started to break down, I would consider just even pulling it at break even there because that it starts to look like a 15-minute sell for sure.
Yep.
I wonder what caused me to lose my OBS connection. It's the first time it's happened. Need Alta back over the OP.
Yeah, I'm debating if I want to add one back. Because basically the thinking is that I took a trim at 2. I added one at 1.1. If I could add another at like 0.9, I basically got an extra contract for the same amount of premium that I was risking before. But now at a better cost. So it's better cost plus an extra contract, but the same amount of premium. Debating if I want to do it or not. Wait for the hourly close. I'll make that decision, I think.
Well, 10 minutes here in the first hour. We have Aaron coming on at noon for the nooner. What do you think, guys? How should we do the giveaways today? We have a Lucid 50K account and a Lucid 100K account to give away today. Make sure you guys use code StockDads on all your favorite prop firms. If you hadn't taken advantage of the Black Friday sales, I think some of those are coming to a close here if they haven't yet. Okay, XOM raised its 2030 targets, guiding to 25 billion higher earnings and 35 billion higher free cash flow versus 2024. Okay, so XOM got a little trying to integrate myself in here to the Discord chat a little bit.
There's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot going on.
At 5 minutes, pretty much barcode
Yeah.
since it's spike, which is fine. That's actually what we want. We want to see consolidation here. Bolted to get a nice spike there. If this 5-minute close is strong, I think I'll take it a little earlier than the hourly close.
Congrats, Jake. I gotta say the chat hasn't been crazy active today, so I don't know how strong of a feat that is, but hey, a win's a win, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Oh, yo, GME got that spike up to 24. Look at that. Let's look at this option chain. Still sitting right around break even. I got some of the, what did I get? 50. I have the GME 25 strikes at 53. That's my, I got a couple of them for my earnings lotto.
Get it. I just want Ulta to hit 657. Is that too much of an ask? $60 move? 10% move?
Listen, you know, my mom always told me, if you don't ask, you can't receive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. If you're gonna dream, dream big.
That's right. That's right. No sense in dreaming small.
If we can break 611, I'm pretty confident we can get a big move. But the whole thing is breaking that first because that's last week high.
I'm just catching up on the chat.
I guess I gotta say.
Oh, Jake's up to
thank you.
2. Jake's up to 2. Uh-oh, ciao. Peter. All right, NQ, let's go. Let's pop this bitch. Oh, we got a $10 banger, baby. $10 in the jar. Count it. Sorry, DJ.
My alerts on TradingView are like freaking out.
I have a meeting this week with a potential sponsor for the game show that should spice things up a bit, put some bigger stakes on it. We'll see. Hopefully it goes well.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, Peter, they do have me on duplicate watch. That might roll you out. I'm not sure when we can start recycling them again. Oh, went to someone else, Peter? Oh, for real? Then you're definitely eligible. Matter of fact, we might just mercy give it to you. Nah, just kidding. Let's see if ChatGPT has any creative ways we can pick the winners. 16 days till Christmas, Zach. You feeling prepared?
Yeah, I'm heading to Florida on the 20th to spend it with my girlfriend's family. All right. Got 2 minutes to the 15 close and hourly close. ES is fading a little bit too much. Really would like it above 68.60 for this hourly close, well above the hourly 20. Ideally.
About 2 minutes here to the first hourly close. Yeah, if anybody's been wanting to test out the GameStock app, the Android version is now live. Colin just put a link in the Discord chat, but if anybody on YouTube wants to try out GameStock, it's an app we've been helping beta test here. I love the idea of it, but I wish you could manage your positions more, you know what I mean? Like intraday sell stuff and buy something else. And
I think they are going to add something like that. They're going to have like different types of contests. Because last week it worked out and it didn't. I had Path, which was like a huge winner. That's why I came in second, I think, because it moved like 35%. But then I had another stock, I forgot what it was, that was up at one point like 12% in the week, which like kind of hit my target. And then I would have in theory like sold or trimmed, and then it reversed.
NQ's trying to get moving and grooving here. Back at yesterday's close. It's right around where we rejected here. We're up 56 points. ChatGPT's got some good giveaway ideas.
All right, so that's the hourly close. The 15, as long as it doesn't fully reverse, will flip. So I probably will be a little cautious. The hourly will pop. Yes, needs to pop. So we have the makings here to push. It likely needs at least 15 more minutes of confirmation, though. All right, guys, I took 2 CGNT $10 calls for January at 0.45. And I have an order to buy 2 more at 0.40.
Chat, did you guys notice Zach improving his microphone location, and we're not hearing as much as his clicking and typing? Look at that. That's good stuff right there, baby. All right, chat. I just pinned I put a link in the chat. I'm going to pin it. There's a pinned chat that has a link. If you've not filled out your contact information, make sure you fill out your contact information in that link to be able to win a prize. And then also, so I know who's all watching. It looks like we currently have 24 live viewers. Let's see, drop your name, because we're gonna spin a wheel. We're gonna put everybody's name on a wheel. So everybody drop your name. If you're watching right now, drop your name in the chat. I have YouTube names, actually. I could probably use these. I'm gonna start prepping a giveaway wheel. Thanks, chat. I'm gonna start getting these names added. Alta back above VWAP here.
Please send it.
Come on, NQ, let's go.
There's that spike. That's what I've been wanting. All right, so we broke the last hour high. The weekly now is flashing that flip. So again, as long as we don't completely reverse today's low. I wish you could have had a little bit more size on, but maybe we'll get an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, when you're doing the small account challenge, that's or trying to grow a small account, even if you're doing a challenge, right? But if you're trying to grow a small account, that's always the double-edged sword.
I almost just also took, and literally it popped as I was deciding. I almost took some of the April $10 calls. They were at like 0.95, and now they're at like 1.1 for CGNT with that little spike there from
Yeah.
9.5 to 9.7. I hesitated for a second. It's crazy. You hesitate for a second and it costs you like 15-20% gains.
Yeah. That you said that was next week's too?
No, it was April.
That is crazy.
They moved that quick, yeah. They moved that quick. Oh, whale.
Did buy a little of there's Ticker. One of my buddies has me watching EOSE.
Yeah, EOS for sure.
So I'll look at chart. I'm holding some options on that as a swing.
Nice.
Jake, is it Jake from State Farm?
So the clicking and the typing, it's all been a bit better, you say?
Oh, definitely better. Yeah, I mean, you can still hear it like kind of quietly, but it just sounds like kind of quiet in the background, like you'd expect.
Awesome,
And before it was like every time you moved your mouse and stuff or whatever, it would
that's fair.
you'd hear it pretty good.
That's good. Yeah, because it's more like level to my face, but just above. So
yeah, it sounds good.
Sweet.
He's like the Hulk, like trying to use a keyboard and a mouse.
And I told you, Tyler, about like the kind of what I've been somewhat back testing the last like 6 months of like the data on my option trades and the sizing and all that, or no?
Yeah, you did start telling me about it.
Yeah. So I think I have enough data now to comfortably move forward with that, which will be definitely a bit different. But basically the idea is that based on my data, and I have, let's see how many trades now. 133 tracked trades that the data supports the idea that if I just size everything for 0
Mm-hmm.
between profit and win rate, it'll outweigh. And then the next step will be, okay, on the trades that do go to 0, is there a time where like I can actually cut them, or do I need to cut them, or can I just let them go to 0?
Yeah.
A good example is the A-Lab trade that I got whacked on last week with the
Yeah.
crazy intraday reversal,
Uh-huh.
where the contracts dropped 90%, but then it rallied all the way back, right? Where it's, that's the crazy part about options,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not necessarily saying that we would like average down during those scenarios, but it would just be able to save you a whole lot of headache not having to worry about stops, because the way I trade is a bit different than others, where I focus on the big picture. So for me, the general idea is that if I'm taking a trade, it's for a very specific reason, and I'm very cautious and calculated. So if I'm wrong, I'll tip my cap and be wrong, where I don't want to let the smaller time frames kind of impact that. So we'll see.
So I'm curious on that data. Have you noticed, do you hold your winners differently when size for 0 compared to not?
Sorry, what was you just cut out for a second?
Oh, that's okay. Question, like when you're looking at this data in the sizing and stuff, like, so holding, whether your size to hold for 0 or you're not, do you hold your winners differently? Have you noticed, like, in your data?
Yeah. So what it tracked was my actual entry, actual exit, and then it tracked the high and the low of the contract. And oftentimes, like sometimes they went like crazy, right? But the idea is that if I can see that, okay, out of every 10 trades, one is a 700 percenter, 800, 900, whatever, then I can just say, okay, I'm just going to like, trade quote normally, and then just hold like one contract, because I know the one contract won't crush me. But there's a 1 out of 10 chance based on my data of 100 plus trades that it'll get to 500%. So it's worth. And then eventually maybe I can start making that one contract 2, and then 2 and 4, right? And then I can just start adjusting that differently.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's going to be an adjustment, and I'm going to have to kind of mess around with it, but should be a lot easier on the mental for sure.
Yeah, to have that mapped out, like, okay, that kind of management system put together.
Yes.
I dig it. All right, chat. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We only got 11 names here out of the 26 current viewers. So if you didn't drop your name in the chat, drop your name in the chat. We'll get you added. We're going to spin this wheel here twice. One Lucid 50K test account and one Lucid 100K test account. So a little bit of a bigger size account we got today. All right, come on in, Q. Give us a little snap, crackle, pop. A little Rice Krispie action, eh?
Come on now.
Oh, I'm getting hungry. Yeah, AFAT. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly there, but it's always frustrating when the underlying's moving, but the premiums aren't giving you great movement. Yeah, Alta back to its intraday highs here almost. See if you can break those highs, and keeps pushing. The con should start moving. What strike are you guys in?
I got the 620s.
620s.
And that's the toughest part too. Like I said about these small accounts, is that if it was up to me, I buy closer to the money and more expiration. But those would be 5 to 8x the cost. So that's why I'm trying my best to be fluid with these contracts, buying, selling, re-adding, just to kind of be a little bit creative. I was actually debating closing, because we had a spike up there from like 590 to almost 600 in the morning. And I was debating if I should close more, But in the event that we did just straight shoot up, I didn't want to be underexposed, but I figured we'd pull back, which is what we actually ended up doing. But, again, those are decisions that I normally wouldn't have to make if I had more time and a better strike. But, that's just the nature of these small accounts, having to unfortunately alter the trading a bit.
Very true. We did get that first hourly close here. RTY with a nice little spike below its bull flag and then made a new high. I have it right over a level right now. Okay, there's new highs on the NQ. We're up about 66 points here. Had to have some patience for this one, but
Oh yeah.
from our entry, we've never really been in drawdown. We were the most drawdown we had was 6 points of drawdown, basically. So even though we've had to be patient, it hasn't been like a difficult hold. Let's put it that way. Interesting. Still the divergence where now NQ making new highs while ES is not, after NQ showed a little bit of early strength. YM still flagging too as RTY is kind of making new highs here.
RTY is looking solid. Still in yesterday range. All right, Ulta just broke the previous hourly high, so no longer hourly inside. That's good. Another like dollar should get the trim fill, maybe $1 and change.
That's a nice 5 and 15-minute close on the Qs. And I lost my cell phone somewhere in my house, and it's been 2 days now, and I still can't find it.
Oh man. Call it or anything?
Oh, so I went snowboarding on Sunday. And I came home, and I definitely had it, and I just started hanging out with my wife, kids, and I don't know if I set it somewhere or if I thought maybe I ripped the couch apart. I thought maybe it just fell in my pocket or something. And but the battery died right as I got home, and I tried doing find my phone, and it showed that it was located at my house, but the alert never would play.
That's tough. It's a tough go.
Yeah, I know. We'll probably pull the first giveaway winner in about 20 minutes here. So if you haven't given, toss your name in the chat if you're watching. If you want to be eligible for the Lucid 50K and 100K account giveaway. There's also a link pinned to the chat to enter your contact information. So make sure we can get a hold of you if you win. Got the swear jar up at 78 bucks. Somebody going to be going home with another 100. I don't know about this week. Maybe next week. We'll see.
Oof, nasty NQ.
Yeah. Not ideal. Yeah, we got that nice strong close and then immediate reversal. Outside bar in the 5 minute. Looks like we're about to put an outside bar in on the 15 minute. I'm considering just locking this down. Taking what I got. Just trying to give it a minute.
I mean, the 15 here did flip, and now it's just kind of harshly dipping slash retesting.
Actually, I think I'm gonna move my stop to break even and then just hold.
Yeah, I mean, we just swept the previous 15 low, so this could be kind of like the shakeout in theory.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Back testing the ES 15. I mean,
Yeah, back in it, we're right at VWAP here. The Tom Hugard in me said add. That just always makes me nervous to do publicly. It's like,
no, I know.
But I went stop break even. I actually am gonna add two. I'm gonna add 2 micros into my right here at 49. Bit by bit. All right, the 2 minute looks okay. The 5 minute has a close a little wick, which we got another 5 minutes on the. Well, no, wait, we still have 10 minutes on this 15 bar. Ooh, okay. It's looking like a good little ad. I had 6. That put me up to 8.
so those are sometimes areas that I'll like bid directly right at the low, and then like put like a stop like a VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
If there's enough confluence. So there, it's like we're sweeping the previous 15-minute low. We're above VWAP, above opening print. ES is back testing. You know, it's kind of equivalence. So it's not every time it's good to do that, but that scenarios seem to be decent. I mean, obviously, it doesn't really matter when you add.
Yeah.
It's nice too, but
That's what you want to see. Right back to the highs here now with a little bit more size. Didn't affect our average entry very much at all.
almost just added frog there, and then it popped from 1.7 to 1.8.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate it. Bitcoin pumping, somebody said.
Yeah, I just got an alert for that.
Oh, wow. Almost at 93,000. It's Bitcoin futures. Yeah, most action in Bitcoin in a while. Yeah, it's the biggest hourly bar it's had in a little while for sure. I'm gonna toss out there one more chime here, chat. We got a 50K Lucid account giveaway. coming up. So make sure you enter your name if you want to be entered. We only got, I think, 10 or 11 names right now.
Can I win?
You know what? I don't know. That's a good question. You might have to ask DJ.
I mean, if they don't want it, if people don't want it, I might as well be able to.
I mean, we got 26 people watching, but only 11 names so far. I don't know why my wheel's not coming up.
You win a Lucid account and you win a Lucid car.
Oh, yeah. I know. I said I got a meeting this week for the game show. I'm talking to Ford. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I told Jordan, I'm like, dude, we got to get, how come Red Bull's not like sponsoring their swear jar? So we're giving away $1,000 every time.
Yeah, absolutely. You're partnering with Lamborghini, actually.
A Tradefluencer Lambo giveaway. Peter, well, don't go anywhere, bro. I'm going to do the first account here in like 10 minutes. GME still holding up, baby. We ride at market close.
Let's go. As a retired ape, I support it. Unfortunately, I will not be able to participate based on my heritage, but I'm rooting for the apes.
These are the names we got right now, chat. So if your name's not on the wheel, I didn't see you drop it in the chat. This is what we got right now in the running. Now I could see some people not throw their name in just because maybe they already won one and they're aware of the duplicate situation, but. Fix break a new lows. Oh, NQ did tag a new high there. Come on, give me a little more here. Give me 25.7 hundo.
Name's not there, it says.
Missing Niku? Is that Niku? Nico? Can I see you? All right, we got you in there. What's your name, Sam? Is it just Sam? Samsung? I got you in there, right, Peter? No, I don't have you in there, Peter. No. How did I miss you, Peter? Did you drop your name, bro? Peter Chow. All right, now we got Peter. We got Sam. Sam G. Can I hop in that, Nick? Yep, Nick. Let's get Nick in there. All right. Now we're getting a few more names in here. Anybody else? We'll spin the first wheel at 11:10. Oh, that 15-minute looks like it wants higher. Come on.
Send it.
Take me to Wiz Khalifa land. Also, chat, part of the trivia thing, like I said, I'm talking to somebody trying to spice it up. make it a better prize for person who wins the game show competition, and then also lock in a bunch of giveaways through you guys, through the chat, whoever's watching, that kind of thing, right? But I also want to do it like I want to give you guys an opportunity to come on and compete in the game show. So we'll see. But once we start doing that, we'll start doing like a little kind of pros versus Joes style, switching up so it's not so we're not always doing Fuzz and Karen. See if we can get some of the other stock dad traders on, and I think it'll make it a little more fun. I feel like we need the good prize for the winner though to attract people to want to come on and trade and compete.
Lamborghini.
If you got a contact, bro, send their number my way. I just saw your chat.
The only problem I have right now is ES still an inside hourly bar, but NQ looks like it wants to go.
Yeah. Would you say it's still the inside hourly bar?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Which, I mean, still doesn't impact NQ too much because ES still can go another like 4 or 5 points to the highs, and it could even break. But that last 15-minute bar was as good as you can get for NQ.
Yeah, for sure. An outside bar that opened at the highs, went all the broke the previous bar's low, and then closed above the highs. Like it's a good looking bar there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm getting ready to take half off here in just this minute. I put my sell at 25,697. So we'll this will be 91 points. Get this fill here.
She got an alert. Ooh, Frog is doing a little frogging.
Ooh, she's doing a little hopping, a little ribbiting.
A little bit.
Or a ribbit. Ooh, Frog is frogging. She's leaping. Bang. All right, there it is, chat. We're filled on half of MNQ there. Just shy of 100 points.
Nice trade.
Thanks, man. We that's pretty early entry. We had to wait a while for that one, but like I said, we never had to really sit through any drawdown, so took some patience, but it wasn't like a difficult hold.
Yeah, the hardest part about it was just being patient, really. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Which I'm not good at when it comes to futures. I would have in this span taken 10 different trades.
That's funny. Yeah, that 2 minute is like a freaking choppy move up.
Because just the way that I think about it, right? Again, great trade, but if you can get 80 points, there's no difference if you held for 80 points or if you took 4 different trades for 20. And
Yeah.
there's two
You're
different.
not getting like the beneficiary factor of like the intrinsic extrinsic value of the options with the time. You
Yes.
mean? Yeah.
So the only difference is some people think it's less stress just to hold for 80. Some people think it's more
Yeah.
stress.
Yeah.
Some people think it's more stressful to take 4 different trades opposed to one. I'm in the camp of I don't mind taking multiple trades, but
I feel you.
I see both sides 100%.
Yeah, I think I get I definitely like to hold. I think for me it becomes a little mentally taxing especially if I'm trying to flip like long or shorter from continuing to stab at one direction and whether it's working or not. I just think it takes maybe more mental capital for me where it's like I'm constantly trying
Absolutely.
to analyze, should I enter here, should I not, to where it's just like it's easier for me to, once I have an entry, be like, is this entry still valid or not? And then I feel
Totally
from
fair.
like a mental perspective, it just works for my
Yeah.
brain a little better that way.
I was actually looking to back test something similar to that. Not necessarily for my own personal trading, because I don't know how that would work, but
Mm-hmm.
I was curious if you were to take an entry, right, at wherever it is, and again, this sounds funky, but just hear me out. Take your entry. Let's just say it's 4, and it would need to do micros. Let's say it's like 4 micros.
Mm-hmm.
Set a take profit at 20 and set a stop loss at 40. And every take profit, sell half. But then if it gets back to your entry, add back what you sold.
Okay.
So the thought process is if it does get back to your entry, you've already locked in some gains but have the same original risk. If it doesn't get back to your entry, you've locked in some gains and now you can in theory hold runners. So I was looking for a way to figure that out. And it would actually still work with an initial, it's a key word, initial negative R to R. It would eventually
Yeah,
move
that would
stop.
start to balance. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting concept. I think
Yeah.
it's one of those things too with the AI tools we have now too. Like, I don't know if you've started trying to test this or not, but yeah, you just go ahead. Hey, this is what I want to test. What do you think is the
Yeah.
best way to go about tracking this? Like, should we, and it'll give you like a plan. You start building that out. It's sick.
And one cool thing too, and again, I don't currently have a sponsorship with Mumu, but if I do, I'll let you guys know in the future. But as I said, I'm gonna start using Mumu more next year. They have something that they're rolling out, which actually they have rolled out, which they're gonna add to all throughout next year. Similar to Robinhood, it's like a no code where you're gonna be able to go in there and just kind of speak through what you want to see for an algo. So instead of actually coding it, you could be like, for NQ, take a long above the opening print on a retest or something like that, right? You can like type it out and it'll actually build you an algo, build you a code for it, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't have any. I know Adidas actually has like coding and like software engineering skills. I don't. And I've like dabbled with some, not for like making a trading bot or for any of that yet, but just like vibe coding out. Even like the game show we do, like those wheels and stuff. Like I just explained what I wanted. You could make adjustments and stuff. It's such a crazy powerful thing that like you can just you can build so much stuff through coding without having all that technical knowledge. It's awesome.
Absolutely.
What a time to be alive, baby. 4 minutes. We're gonna spin the wheel for the 50K account. I'll throw it up here one more time. So if your name's not on there, make sure you let me know. These are the names I got right now. Just 3 minutes. We're going to spin the wheel for the 50K Lucid Test account. And then after that, we'll spin the wheel for the 100K Flex account. Oh yeah, use code StockDads, by the way. If whenever you're getting your platform's accounts, they help support StockDads TV and get you the best discounts. What kind of percentage you got on Frog here? Still new highs here?
Yeah, I just missed the trim at 2.0, which would have been like 35% or so, and it's just sitting here mocking me. So just trying to show patience here. I was going to add yesterday, I decided not to. I was in a little bit of profit yesterday, then a little bit of drawdown, back to profit today. But so far, so good. And so just kind of talking through this trade, I suppose. So this has been on my radar because it's a super strong name. I look for those, not only those post earnings moves, but then after the post earnings moves settle. And I have an entire strategy with this in my mastermind, but we look for the post earning move, and then we look for the post earning, gap, which is the PEG, the peg, and we kind of fill that out. We broke last month high, which is where I took entry after a pullback, closed the day as a doji, so not the end of the world. And then, I was looking for the continuation today. We're getting that continuation, 68 twos and 70 targets. But I would say, for the sake of the sack, if we get to 68 twos today, I'd probably exit both contracts.
Okay. Thomas, no need to apologize. Shout out Thomas for sneaking StockDads TV at work. We admire dedication like that, my boy. That's the hustle we like to see. All right, Sana, Thomas H. Any other names? All right. Any other names? Toss them in there. We're up to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, we got 17 names in the running here. Let's see, last week, Vic's still moving lower here. All right, let's see. Keep the wheel up here for a minute. Make sure your name's on there. If you don't see your name, should toss it in there. And if you haven't ever, if you've clicked this link and you've filled out your contact information before, no need to worry about it. If you've never clicked the link in the pinned comment and filled out your contact information, please make sure that you do, so we can get you set up with the account if you win.
Bitcoin is ripping. Get all these alerts.
RTY making its way up here to yesterday's open. Oh, I love to hear that, Sana. That's awesome. Oh, what's Drum Patel? What's Drummel Patel? What's what name should I put on the chart? Man, I thought I had it. I'm sorry, I must have missed a few chat. I'll just put it as Drummel Patel or Drummel. Tell me what your actual name is. We'll put it down. Drummel. Okay. Spin. Hurry! I need to head to me. Okay. All right. We're spinning. Let me get Drummel added, and then we're spinning. All right. Here we go. We got them added. 50K Lucid Flex account. We are spinning the wheel. Wow, Frank. I thought Drummel was coming in with the last minute ad for the win. Oh, dude. That would have been sick. Frank. Shouts out, Frank. All right, we're going to remove Frank. All right,
Frank wins every giveaway, man. I don't know how the guy does it. He rigs it.
He might be a duplicate. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me see. Are you a duplicate?
I don't know if it's StockDads, but like whenever I run like mastermind giveaways,
he has one on a Lucid account again. He has one on a Lucid account. We're gonna spin again, chat. The 50's still up for grabs here.
RTY is ripping.
Yeah, it is. Frank's the man. He's a legend. Frank the Tank, baby. Copeland, 50K count. Frank, you're a duplicate, Frank. Now I think we once we get through all these giveaways, we'll refresh it. We still got a few more. All right, Copeland. Copeland, make sure that you have filled out your contact information in the pin link. All right. We'll get you set up with that. And then we'll wait a few minutes before we spin for the 100K account here. They went the 50K anyway. Oh, Jake. Hey, speaking of Jake, now that I see, I gotta double check with Callan here, make sure he's still got it. But I'm looking at our giveaway list here, and it says maybe you were off stream one day. I can't remember, but it says unclaimed Jake Collishaw.
Yes.
And
I tried tagging him in the chat and he didn't answer. I think he was working.
Oh yeah. So Jake, we may have one. Yeah, because I remember that. Because I remember Zach saying that I think maybe he took your mastermind or something, and so you're like he was definitely here. So we kept it. Let me check with Cal and make sure we still have it. But if you took the mastermind, you're probably in the Discord. But Jake, make sure you filled out the contact information in that link with your name and YouTube name, Jake Collishaw 1486. And I'll reach out to Cal and see if we still have it for you.
This frog is taunting me, sitting at 1.95. My trim is 2.00. Come on.
Alta's holding up all right. I don't know what the cons look like, but
they're a little in drawdown, but it's fine. Down 15%. Come on. Give me like 5 more cents should trigger it.
Guys, on the remainder of this NQ position, the way I'm going to manage is I'll probably continue to trail these stops, start tighten them up if we continue to move higher in profits. From a level perspective, though, we have one that's technically invalidated at 25,744. I might take another trim there. But I really do have room all the way up to yesterday's opening print, which is at 791.
Oh my God, what is going on? This is not trimming.
It's still not. Give him the fill. Come on, frog ribbit.
We pushed 20 cents. It's not moving.
Oh, it's like literally actively making a new high. How is it not?
Yeah. And it's just sitting there, just staring at me, 195.
Fill him. Get that fill. Feel the thrill.
I don't know where it needs to go. When I was doing my math, I thought it would be closer to like 215 if we got to 67 fives, but no. Because we were at earlier today, like at 185, 19 or so when we pushed to 67. So I figured around here be closer to 21, 215. But guarantee you, once I get filled at 2, it's going to just soar. There goes ES breaking. Nice. That CGNT is making new highs as well.
Dow, the only one who hasn't. VIX breaking downward.
DY breaking. Keep refreshing my broker, seeing if there's like a lag or something.
Just gotta come over to the dark side over at TOS, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Chad, it looks like we've had some more people join recently. We have a Lucid 100K test account giveaway coming up here at 11:25. So it's in 8 minutes. If you want to be entered and eligible for that giveaway, drop your name in the chat so we can get you added to this spinning prize wheel here, and make sure you fill out your contact information in the pinned comment. There's a link in a pinned comment. So we're gonna spin that wheel at 11:25. Sam G said, "How do we feel going into FOMC tomorrow?" You know, for me, we're kind of still in the middle of, Zach talked about this earlier. I don't know if you're on or not, but we're in the middle of last week's range still. I do think that tomorrow's meeting will should break us one way or the other, but I'm gonna I'm in a wait and see mode. I'm not gonna try to predict anything. Hey, Fat, I have your name on there, Tyler Weiss. Great name, by the way. I love Tyler. What a great name. Just so you, I don't have a bad Trump impression, but I wanted to give you one. Tyler Weiss. Is it a fat or a fought? I feel like maybe a fought sounds better. You can correct me, a fought. Yeah, it's getting real strong.
A
fought? Okay. It took me a minute, but I got it. Had to un-Americanize myself for a minute.
This frog is testing my patience, man. I so desperately want that extra $5 now just for principle.
Yeah, for sure. It's also so annoying that it's like literally actively making highs, but it's just the premium not moving.
I just watched it move another 25 cents, and it didn't move the contract.
Yeah.
Which doesn't sound like a lot, but
well, I mean, 25 cents on a ticker that's like $250, but I mean, it's only a ticker that's, you know,
it's $60.
Yeah,
and like
so
the contract didn't move at all. It didn't move even. I'm not filled. No, it's just sitting there.
Did you get filled, Jake?
What is there? Maybe it's lost in space.
Here's the names we currently have listed, eligible for the 100K Lucid Flex giveaway. If you don't see your name on the wheel and you haven't recently won a Lucid giveaway, because we're not doing duplicates, try to get through all, we have a list of giveaways from Lucid. We're going to get through them all before we start doing duplicates.
We made another new high. What is going on? The contracts are going down.
No way.
Yeah, they went down to 1.9.
No way.
I'm gonna sell both of these when it triggers. So I'm
over it.
I mean, because my target's 68.2, which is another 60 cents. So it's like, what am I even holding it for?
Yeah, if the premium is not gonna move.
It literally it's going down. The bid is now 185 to the 2000 ask.
That's wild.
Yeah. Like we're now at 67.6s. I set my trim at 2.0 when we were at 67.3. And now we're at 67.6 and change. And
yeah, we hit 34 cents over that.
Yeah. Which is 0.5%. Or no, that's not the right math. Maybe it is.
Like, I refuse to stop streaming until this thing freaking kills you. What the heck?
I don't understand.
3 minutes here. 3 minutes before we spin the wheel. Code StockDads. All your favorite prop firms and TradeZilla. Make sure you guys are using it. We have Aaron coming on at noon, guys. He'll be breaking down this morning's action.
We're at 67.7. It's not moving.
First one up another, yeah, almost 40 cents.
This is wild. Yeah, I set the close here at 2 just because this is just, I don't even know, pointless. I hate saying the word pointless, but
Ribbit. Come on, frog. Gotta pull up the option exchange just for my own personal entertainment.
I'm very close to just selling it at 195 and just being done with it.
What expiration and strike do you have again?
Next week, 67.5. So we're in at the money right now.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay. Dude, it's those 0.5 cons. They suck.
Yeah. I was going to go 70s, but it was too far out for this.
Yeah, I feel yeah. I mean, there's definitely a you got a tighter spread on the 0.5 call on the 67.5. $5 spread compared to a $10 spread. That is
dropping
great.
again.
Yeah, it literally just went from being a $5 spread to like a $15 spread.
Yeah.
$20 spread. That's crazy.
I don't understand, man. It doesn't make any sense. I'm losing brain cells watching this thing go up, and I'm losing money. It's one thing if it's like way out the money, 0 day.
Yeah, but you're like in the money
like
next week. Like, yeah. That's crazy.
The CGNT $10 for next week though. Are at
Frank got a $2
right
fill at 11 a.m. He said.
I don't know. Got a good broker.
Oh yeah, and that little pop pot. Yeah, that's crazy. That's at it's 67.23, so we're up another 80 cents from there on this. Or no, I'm sorry, 50 cents. All right, chat. I'm gonna pull up the wheel here. If you don't see your name, if you're like the legend himself, Thomas H., and you're hiding somewhere at work watching this live stream, we'll give you a couple minutes to sneak it in. Tell your boss you gotta take a shit. Have get your name added to the prize wheel. Dang, chat, we got a $10 entry into the swear jar today too. That's big. Big stuff, guys. Big stuff. Frog's gonna get put on our hit list here if it doesn't get its act together. All right, chat. We're spinning the wheel in 30 seconds. Official countdown has begun. Let's get it. Let's get it. We got Aaron coming up at the nooner after lunch, so we'll grab a little lunch here. Then we got Aaron coming on to break down this morning's action, and then we'll wrap things up this afternoon with Duke. A little bit of Ticker Tinder. All right. We're spinning the wheel, baby. You guys got a sneak peek into my Discord. Mike D, you still chilling with us, dog? Shouts out Mike D. Mike, make sure you have filled out the contact information at the pinned chat. Let's go. Shout out Mike. Nice. Mike, you're not a duplicate winner, right? I don't think you are. I don't remember you winning one before. Awesome. Yeah. Fill out your contact info there, and then you should get an email from Callan from StockDads. He will email you, I believe, a coupon code. So then you can just go on to Lucid and go like you were to purchase a Lucid 100K test account. And then once you enter the coupon code, it should give you 100% off. And same thing for, I forget the name, I forget who won the other one, but for
sorry to interrupt,
Copeland.
guys. I just closed the frog at 1.9, both of them, because I'm done dealing with this thing for over $20.
Yeah, that's super frustrating when premium just not doing what wasn't moving from any sort of common sense perspective. But nice trade, man. We had some good winners there today. I know not some of the fall through in the premium there, but solid morning of trading. We're going to take a quick break here and step away for lunch, and then we'll be back this afternoon, like I said, with Aaron for the nooner. So make sure you guys aren't going anywhere. Should be a fun afternoon. Aaron always provides a ton of value. Zach, thanks for hanging out and trading with us today. And we'll see you probably next week, I think.
Yep.
All right, man. We'll talk to you soon. Peace out, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Bye, guys. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade-of-8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the nooner with Aaron.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? Hope everybody had a good morning. We'll give everybody a minute or two to get in. Make sure you say hi because I can't see you guys. Fix that. There we go. Hello, Miss Paz. What's going on? Like I said, we'll give everybody a minute or two to get in here, guys. Everybody have a good morning. Miss Tomika, if you're here, what's up? What's up? Fun, fun, fun. All right. What's up, Jalen? Give everybody about 30 more seconds and then we'll get started, guys. Not a ton to cover, but a couple developments here. All right. Almost there. All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. Okay, so remember that now that Europe is closed, with FOMC being tomorrow, nothing has to make sense. Okay, absolutely nothing has to make sense. We can be choppy, poppy, dogs, cats living together, mass hysteria, whatever. Nothing has to make sense this afternoon. So if you do intend to trade this afternoon, obviously take that into consideration. Okay, I'm pretty much done for the day. I'm not going to mess around with the afternoon before FOMC, but it's really a good time to implement the half size or not at all type thinking. So just be safe, right? Just be safe. No need to get, smacked in a real low liquidity environment. Okay. All right. So with that being said, let's get to it. So this is where we are, starting off with the VIX. Now this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay, VIX, the index is a different thing. All right, this leads our US indices, runs inverse. So we're still in shorts on the VIX, okay? We're still drawing from 1985, which is the 24th lows to lows. Okay, we didn't quite make it up here. All right, we're just range bound now. Okay, so we want to be very careful in the middle here. All right, so what we're going to watch going into the afternoon, there's the top of the range, right? Here's the bottom of the range. So going into FOMC tomorrow and going into this afternoon, this is what we're going to watch. Okay. So could we break out? Could we fall apart? Yeah, anything can happen. All right. But we want to be very careful. All right, drawing these highs to lows here. All right, because that could end up being the middle of the range. You get steamrolled right there. Okay. So pretty much probably stay quiet, right? Probably stay pretty quiet here going into FOMC. All right. Or going into the afternoon. So that's what we're going to watch. That's what we're going to watch. Now the indices are at highs, okay, at least the ES, and that's correlating with these lows on the VIX. Okay. Any questions at all going into the afternoon? Anybody? Everybody good? Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. All right. So moving on to our financials. Now here's Bank. Bank just was ripping this morning, right? Coming off of this support level. Now remember, these are just the financials in our markets. So when we have Bank rising, that's putting a tailwind behind the indices. And they had that tailwind all morning, right? They had that tailwind all morning. Now, you could make the case that bank hit this profit target up here, but remember, this is just an index, right? This isn't traded. So we'll just watch this afternoon, right? If bank continues to fall, then the indices have lost that tailwind, right? Hey, Tyler, can you mute?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My bad.
You're right. So if this continues to fall, it doesn't mean the indices are going to go down, okay? It just means that they've lost that big tailwind they had all morning, okay? So we'll see going into the afternoon. We're always going to have halfway back on the day, right? Always know where you are halfway back in the week. Always know where you are halfway back on the day. So we do have the halfway back in the day, and we've got these previous highs. So we'll see. We'll see going into the afternoon. What's the VIX doing? Anything? No. Okay. All right. So here's the ES. Now, again, nothing has to make sense this afternoon, right? So, Squirrel, what's going on? How are you? All right, ES is still in this massive long setup, right? And that's from this just inverse of the VIX, November 24th, highs to highs. There's our support. And if you look, what's interesting is we've traded down into this, wrong one. We've traded down into this 38.2% line. All right, now this right here, and this is where it gets tricky going into FOMC. See how we traded at 38.2 and we lifted off? This is where it gets tricky going into FOMC because we could just grind higher, right? Nothing has to make sense. So we still have these shorts from highs right here, but this short from highs right here, we're still getting participation, but that was this long from lows on the VIX, and the VIX leads and the VIX broke. Okay, so again, tricky time right now, but we'll see if the indices have enough juice going into this afternoon to actually break through this short setup. But the VIX has already broken this. Okay, it's already broken this. So high probability trade of the day, all right, was the gap fill. All right, gap fill was 68.56.50 right here. And you can see, look how many times this happened. Here was European Open. Okay, this is 10 points above. European Open, 10 points above. Overshot the fill. 5:30 a.m. Eastern, 10 points below, overshot the fill. Came back down, 10 points below, right before the open. This is what I took, right? Went up, filled the gap. Right? So there were 3 opportunities here, right, for a gap fill. And remember, the gap isn't considered filled until it fills during market hours. So, you know, depending on what time zone you're in, right, or where you're located, there was one at European Open, one around 5:30, and then one this morning. So pretty cool. So we filled the gap, and now obviously we've squeezed back into highs. So this high, we're going to equate this with just that VIX low now. Right, with the bottom of that range. All right, so we'll see. Again, we'll see if we have enough juice, if there's enough hedging. Basically, we just need a bunch of hedgers up here putting on protection, because then their stops will be our ability to lift off. Okay. All right, so that's what we're looking like going into the afternoon. The VIX is in shorts, bank is in longs. You know, the path of least resistance on the indices is up. Okay, path of least resistance is up. All right, so not a whole lot to do right now. The only thing that could bring us down right out of this would be if we see the VIX start to lift off and go through the middle of this range, squeeze back into highs, which is totally possible. And that would bring us more than likely back down to the bottom of the range on the indices. But right now, we're just levitating up here. Again, nothing has to really make sense right now. All right, just keep that in mind. Okay, Frank, what's up? I don't know who's sending all the hearts, but thank you. All right, so that's where we are. Okay, now on the NASDAQ. All right, here's the NASDAQ. Same deal, same. November 24th, highs to highs. There's that pullback, right? Remember, the indices don't have to be exact because the VIX is. And there's that short from highs that we just haven't quite broken yet. Haven't quite broken it yet. So just let the ES be or let the VIX be your guide, right? If the VIX, so right now the VIX is sideways to down. So the indices are sideways to up, okay? The only thing that's going to bring these guys down to the bottom of their range, right, is if we squeeze off the bottom here and we see us starting to catch a bid on the VIX, because if we don't catch a bid here, it's sideways to down. All right, that's the path of least resistance right now. Sideways to down on the VIX, sideways to up on the indices. Okay? All right, so again, kind of no man's land right here. Not really something you want to get short until you see the VIX start to lift off. All right? Okay, now onto the YM and the Russells. Okay, remember their relationship with bank, right? Remember their relationship with bank. They're the most sensitive to bank's movements, okay? All right, so here's the YM. All right, it broke that highs to lows. Okay, you can see the YM broke that. Remember the ES and the NASDAQ didn't do that. Why? Because they're so related to bank. So we can actually watch here for pullbacks. We already got it once. Pullbacks right here on the YM. All right, but if bank continues to roll over this afternoon, then you're going to see weakness, right? You're going to see weakness on the YM and the Russells as well. Okay, but they were screaming higher. All right, so we're coming back down here to support. But again, when you're watching this and trying to time entries, you know, on the YM and the Russells, make sure, right, that you're using this. Okay, right, make sure you're using this. If you see this continue to be red, right, and continuing to head south, you're not going to want to get long on the YM or the Russells. That just, it doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't work that way. All right. Okay, so moving on to the Russells. All right, look at the Russells. All right, screaming higher. Look at that, straight up all day. Okay, so we're just watching this bottom of the range here. Come on, there we go. Watching this bottom of the range on the Russells. Bottom of the range, top of the range. All right, right there. Russells loves ranges, right? So there we go. All right, so again, if bank continues to weaken going into the afternoon, then you're going to see this continued weakness on the Russells. If bank turns a corner, finds support halfway back on the day and lifts off, then the Russells is going to go. Okay, Russells is going to go. But look at that. Straight up range up here. All right. But again, just watch bank, right? Make it easier on yourself. If you're trading the Russells and the YM and you're not using bank, you're just making it too hard. There's no reason to make it that hard, right? Because we just want to get on the right side of direction. All right. Pretty cool. So, you know, all this stuff going into the afternoon, like I said, doesn't have to make sense. And especially going in until 3 p.m. tomorrow Eastern, after the press conference is over, things can be wacky, right? Wherever we are at 3 p.m. tomorrow, that's pretty much what we're watching going into the next Fed meeting, really. All right. Okay. So any questions? VIX, bank, the indices. See, the VIX is still weak. All right, still weak. But see, here, this is always fun. This is when you always know you have weird stuff going on. See how the VIX is red? See how bank is red? Yeah. And the dollar's strengthening. Yeah, that's a lot of fun crosswinds all over the place. Okay. All right, any questions? VIX, bank, indices. Bitcoin has almost broken that extension, not quite yet. Anybody? Everybody dialed in on the indices going into the afternoon if you are going to trade them? Everybody good? Okay. All right, cool. All right, so moving on to Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin has almost broken this extension short. Almost. So here's the ES. Now, again. All right, we're in this. Here's our halfway back. Okay, our halfway back is from October 6th to our lows down here on November 11th. There's our halfway back. We've been in these extension shorts drawn from October 16th Okay, we've been in these for a while. We've been defending these for a while. All right, now let's see if we pierced. We'll have to look on spot too, see if spot pierced this. Not yet. We traded our line in the sand right there. We're starting to get a reaction. So if we can't get through this, right? If we can't get through these 94, 961s, okay, then nothing has changed, right? We're just holding these counter trends off of lows, these counter trend longs that are leading us up into resistance unless we get through that. Look at that, right to the line. What did we trade? 94, 961. What did we trade? 94, 950, $11, which is tiny, obviously, on Bitcoin. All right, you see those orders hit. Seeing those orders hit right there. So we'll see. See if we had collected enough bodies on the way up, right? Enough people chasing this long, chasing this big green candle. See if we've collected enough bodies to use as fuel to head back down. We'll see. We'll see. The profit target of this counter trend long is up here. All right, so there'll be a little battle right here. There'll probably be a little battle right there. All right, we'll see. Okay, so moving over to spot. Let's see if spot has broken that. Now, normally we will default to spot. I don't know, Squirrel. Normally we'll default to spot if you know, there's a break or anything like that. Let's see. Nope, spot didn't break it either. All right, here's the spot market. Let's get out the magnet. Make sure we got everything going here. You know, it's serious when we're getting the magnet out. Get down there. Isn't that irritating though when you're trying to move it around and snapping everything? All right, get there. Okay. No, we haven't broken it yet on spot either. So we'll have to watch this closely, right? We'll have to watch this closely. You see it's getting a reaction too. Get rid of this. All right, so their spot hasn't broken. We'll see, right? We'll see. Here's that counter trend, right? Here's that counter trend long leading us back up into resistance, but no break yet. No break yet. If we would close like a 1 hour bar back down below these highs, like if we would close a 1 hour bar red below these highs, that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good for Bitcoin. But you can see there's definite profit taking. There's some resistance right there. All right. And that's something. No break yet. No break yet. Not saying it's not going to, but no break yet. Okay. So that's where Bitcoin's sitting. So we got to watch that closely here. And if we roll back out of that, right? If we roll back out of that, I'll probably add to my Bitcoin because that's a pretty good confirmation right there. Remember, ultimate targets are 33.5 or September 6th. Okay, stocks. Stocks. What do you guys want to see? Stocks. What do we got? Miss Tamika, you on here? I said hi to you earlier. I didn't know if you're on yet. Amanda, you on? Nate must be on vacation or something. Miss Mary Rose, you on? Okay. Any stocks, anybody? Nothing yet? Everybody cool, just chilling out? Left OMC? Ah, gotcha, Tamika. What's up? Okay. I bet. Oh man, are you getting into, do you have to do the annual reporting? Are you into your annual reporting yet? I remember last year it was a nightmare. All right. Year-end closing, fun. Okay, all right, no stocks. All right, fine, cool. All right, easy day. All right, everybody wait until tomorrow. All right, well, let's get to it here then. Like a vacation. All right, what am I doing? Oh, I did find out my kid's coming home. He's going to Florida with his mom, 22nd through 25th, and he'll be back on the 26th until January 5th. So that will be very cool. We'll get to see him. Been a while. There's Miss Mary Rose. All right. Thanks, Squirrel. When are you leaving, Mary Rose? For chilly North Dakota. Just curious. Kind of killing time here. I don't like how the chat pause takes a couple seconds. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Which wouldn't be the strangest thing. I talk to myself all the time, but in front of people, it's kind of weird. Okay. All right. Well, let's get to it. All right. So, well, VIX is starting to catch a little bid here. Not a whole lot, but all right. Yeah, we'll see if it comes off the bottom of this range, right? Indices come out of the top of the range. This is absolutely typical, right? For pre-FOMC, just get stuck in ranges, right? Nothing crazy at all about that. Be interesting to see when bank comes back down to this support, or it's halfway back on the day. Right, see if we get any lift off from there. Okay, moving on. Well, let's look at, just in case crude oil is doing anything. Nope. So crude oil, you guys that have been with me for quite a few years now, we've never seen this. It's like everyone just yanked all their money out and put it in the precious metals. This is just, I mean, we're going on October 23rd, right? This is just rough. Remember when we came out of the stock market summer, when the summer ended, and it was so technical for like, I don't know, where's Memorial Day? There, right? Memorial Day is into September or beginning of September. Yeah, it was like right in here. Beginning of September. Yeah, it was like right in here. It was like super technical. It was awesome to get crude oil back. And now, man, nowhere. Huh. Just crazy. I've never seen this. It's just dead in the water. All right. Gold and silver. It seems like all the commodities have just pulled out of oil and gone into the precious metals. Oh crap, what did I do? There we go. Okay. All right, so silver's up over 90% on the year. I don't know if you guys saw that thing I posted. Poor old orange juice is still getting wrapped this year. But yeah, silver's up over 90%. Just awesome, right? So here's gold. From our highs on April 22nd, remember, to our highs, there's our next gift. Here was our first one, 39.50 or 31.55, right? Here's our next pullback. When I say gift, I mean our first big pullbacks that we can start to build something off of. Targets are up at 46.07. All right. Now, when we zoom in, all we've been doing, and this is weird, we haven't made this pullback yet. We're just kind of levitating up here. But these these new contract lows, right? New contract lows to highs. We've broken that, but we've started to put in this little range here. All right, we've started kind of putting this little range. So that's all this line is. Okay, it's just for my eyeballs. We're just considering this the bottom of the range, top of the range. All right, nothing in the middle. Longs from lows have broken, shorts from highs have broken. All right, so we're just calling this a range for now. Not really trending, so we'll see tomorrow, obviously, with all the hullabaloo, the pomp and circumstance, whatever you want to call it. how that's going to affect our precious metals. More than anything, how it's going to affect the dollar, which is going to affect the precious metals. Okay, so not a whole lot to do on gold. I mean, you can start to build a position on these pullbacks, right? But it's iffy, right? It's iffy because if you're starting to build a position, it looks like we got a little, you're counting on the fact we're going to get through those highs, right? Did have this little pullback off of lows, target hit. You start trailing from here and see if this is the one that's going to hold. We have no idea which one, which, longs in the middle of the range are going to hold. Eventually they will, and they'll lead us up or obviously lead us down, but we just don't want to guess, right? Because if you would have tried the middle of the range from all these lows, you would have gotten steamrolled, right? It's one of those things, eventually we'll be right. It's just really expensive finding out, okay? So we'll watch, see if we continue. Now, silver, on the other hand, just rocking and rolling, okay? Just beautiful, right? So here's our extension long that we've been sitting inside of from October 16th to our highs on December 1st, right here, right? Bam, target hit today, 60.77s, okay? This is kind of comical. Look at this. I was looking at this earlier. Look at silver. This is the weekly chart. It doesn't get much more straight up than that. And it's not done, right? There's a lot of fundamental underlying stuff going on with supply and demand and everything else on silver. So it's showing no signs of stopping. So anyway, so we've got our October 16th to December 1st. There's our pullback. Now our target's hit, right? So see profit taking starting off our target. So unless we go through, right, this is the absolute most aggressive you could get right here. Absolute most aggressive. Do we think that's going to hold? I don't have any idea. I don't have a crystal ball. But what we do know is if it breaks, we're making this larger pullback, right? Same anchor to new high. Okay, so that's how we can look. That's how we can look at silver. All right, we've got our October 16th highs to highs, right? That would be our next normal pullback. Same anchor, new high from the target we just hit. And then we've got our highs to highs right here from December 1st to highs. All right, that would be the most aggressive we could get right there. And it might hold. With as aggressive as silver's being, I wouldn't be surprised. Right? I would not be surprised if this holds and we get to targets and we go into new extension longs. Right? Are we going to get to our $100 silver? I don't know. These longs keep holding, we're going to. Right? So we'll see. We'll see how the dollar gets affected tomorrow and how that's going to affect our precious metals. But silver just being awesome, right? Just crazy technical, right? Crazy technical. Okay. All right, so moving on to the dollar. Now the dollar's playing a big role here. All right, here's DXY. All right, now this is not the dollar, right? It's a bunch of different currencies put together. This is just an index. This doesn't lead anything. It just follows the instruments inside of it. But DXY is holding long setups now. We were talking about this morning. And we do have resistance above us, but look at all this room, right? We've got a lot of room for dollar strength. Okay, this rising, this would all be dollar strength. That would put a headwind against the precious metals and the indices. It doesn't mean they're going to go, the precious metals and indices are going to go down. It just means it's more difficult for them to go up. It's like a headwind against them. It's easier to go down, harder to go up. Okay, so we're going to continue just drawing from these lows on December 4th to our highs on the 8th. There's that pullback, right? We're just, this is why the DXY is a little difficult, right? Better to look at the actual currencies, right? Because it's hard to tell if we've hit that target or not, because this isn't traded, right? It's just an index. All right, so when we look at the actual currencies, look at the dollar yen, right? Straight up, absolutely straight up. Now we've officially broken and we've confirmed these targets above us, up at 159.58. Now remember where we are. Okay, we're in these extension longs. We've had this drawn up forever from July 31st to highs. Traded down into it and ripped. Like ripped right away from it. Think of the rhyme. Right, trade support. Then we break the short. Right there. We just broke that today. Now we draw the long. We can look to buy these pullbacks. All right. So if these pullbacks hold tomorrow, after FOMC, if we're still above this at 3 o'clock, then we're still in these longs and we're heading up to targets at 159.58. Okay. Only thing that can screw us up is if we touch the top of the range first. All right. Then we know we've got to be careful in the middle. That's all dollar strength. All dollar strength. That extension long on the daily chart was rock solid. Okay. All right, so we'll see. But this falling dollar weakness, if it continues to rise, dollar strength. Now, when we look at the euro, okay, check this out. So here's the euro on the larger time frame. It's from these September 17th highs to this low on October 14th. Now, you could make the case to this next low, okay? And let's go ahead and do that because that's makes more sense. All right. And the reason I say it makes more sense is because we broke longs. Okay, we had to run into something to break long setups. All right, we were in this series of longs, and this was the next one right here. Right, defended, broke. As soon as we broke, right, it's just the opposite of the rhyme. So we traded resistance, we broke the long, we draw up the short. And there's your entry. Right there. Now remember, we were talking about this morning too. And this, the jury was kind of out on, did we break this by a pip or not? We're not too concerned about it because we broke the long setups. And obviously, here we go. Right, here we go. Okay, so this would be all dollar strength. Right, so we've gone from dollar weakness trades to dollar strength trades. So a lot would have to happen for us to change back to dollar weakness trades. Right, because the dollar yens in longs, euros in short, British pounds in shorts, those are dollar strength trades. Okay, those are dollar strength trades. And we can continue to trade these until they fail. Right, there's a lot of opportunity, guys. All right, there's a lot of opportunity on these currencies. All right, again, wait till, 3 o'clock, 3:15-ish tomorrow, but because all sorts of, craziness can happen. But that's what we'll be looking at. Okay. That's what we'll be looking at least what I'll be looking at is to see if I can get in short. I like the euro. That's my favorite currency. That doesn't mean it's the right one. It's just the one I like. We'll see if we get any opportunities tomorrow. Okay. Because if we think about it, right, if we're coming into resistance, even to make it back down to our lows, look how far that is. Right. And if you understand principles on how to hedge and stuff like that, you can hang on to this position all the way down. Right. So this would be very, very cool to be able to get a hold of that. All right. So we'll see again. We'll see tomorrow, and then we'll see what this does to the precious metals as well. Silver's kind of brushing it off and apparently doesn't care. All right. So here's the British pound. All right. British pound hit another target. Look at this. All right. So coming off the highs, bang. This is the one. Remember, we were talking about Fred Flintstone this morning. Anytime we're at massive turn of event levels, right? Fred Flintstone getting his car going. We got to build up enough fuel and enough buyers and sellers to get things moving. Had our first pullback right here. It was a little sloppy. Here's our next one. Right, right there. Briefly sloppy. Just barely, and then bam, right to our target. Okay, right to our target. There's your profit taking. So we're just going to continue to trail from these highs. Right? Just going to continue to trail from these highs until we go into extensions or we go into a series. And we don't know. We'll have to let the market show us that. But that's pretty much perfect right there. All right. So same anchor, new low. All right. We'll see how aggressive the selling gets, right, as we're going forward here. But this is all dollar strength, right? All dollar strength. Okay, so let's see what we got. VIX going nowhere. Remember, this is sideways to down right now. Bank's still falling. That's putting that headwind against. That's that boat anchor, right? That's that boat anchor. So as long as this continues to fall, indices are going to struggle to go higher. They're going to struggle to go higher. But if we hold our halfway back on the day, turn around, then the indices are going to get their tailwind back. All right. So we'll see. Like I said, though, anything this afternoon, nothing really has to make sense. We're just in ranges, right? We're just in ranges. All right. Start to get choppy, poppy, illiquid, right? So don't be surprised if we see a sell the fact tomorrow. We're still up at around that 90% range. We dropped a little bit after jolts for a cut tomorrow. But last I looked, we were still at 89 something. Let me see what it is now. See if it's dropped at all. No, 89.6. So nothing's really changed. So still 89.6% chance, or that's what's being priced into the markets. All right. So again, yet tomorrow, if I don't talk to you in the morning, morning could be normal gap fill. After the gap fills tomorrow, things can get weird, especially after Europe closes. 2 o'clock announcement, things go crazy. Chill out about 2:15, then 2:30 press conference, things go crazy again, and then around 3 o'clock, 3:15, that's when things are technical. And wherever price is at 3:15 tomorrow, that's what we can work off of. Okay. All right. Well, that's a quick one, guys, without any stocks. Any questions? Anything that you guys might have missed? I know everybody's kind of chilling out till Fed. That's smart. All right. So we'll just equate these highs with these VIX lows right here. All right, I'm going to take this off. All right, because we just fall back down the bottom range. All right. Okay. Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Excited for Fed tomorrow? Get out your popcorn. Watch the pretty colors fly all over the place. All right. Okay. All right. Short one. Short one today with no stocks. All right. Thanks, Mr. Paz. All right. Everybody have a safe afternoon. All right. Don't get chewed up. Bubblegum territory. Don't get chewed up this afternoon for no reason. Right. But yeah, let's have a great afternoon, everybody. All right. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning. You got us, Tyler?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron.
All right. Thanks, guys. See y'all.
Have a good one, man. All right, guys. So I think we have Duke joining us at 1 o'clock for Ticker Tinder. And in the meantime, I'm going to try and do something a little bit different here. I thought of, during Aaron's segment, I thought of a pretty good meme. So we'll see if we'll walk you guys through the process of putting this meme together here. Let me just see if I can share my editing software. I don't know if this will work or not. While we kill some time and wait for Duke. Why is it not showing? Why does it block out the see, what does this look like? Yeah, that's not what we want. It's not letting me. It's not letting me add my video editor here. Why can't I do that? How can we do that? Let's see. Anyway, it was the squirrel portion of Aaron talking. When Squirrel came onto the chat, he's like mid talking. He's like, "Squirrel." If you ever see the movie Up. Let's see. Question is, can we get this up? Just do display capture, that works. Why is it no? Oh, this is so annoying. I can't get the editor to show up. Let's try this way. It's audio. No. Anybody still holding any trades? Good new highs there on NQ. We hit like 730s. We got this going here. I don't understand why it's giving me a blank. Oh, we got it. Okay. Let's go. I got it. Oh man, I had to change one of the settings here. We're gonna make a meme, baby. All right. We'll leave this up there, right there. That works. All right, so this is the portion we got from Aaron. Make this full screen. I love it because Aaron is just so naturally himself, and he without trying, he just creates the best content. All right, now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go to YouTube, and I'm going to screen record this segment or this clip from the movie Up. If you are somebody who creates memes, you are a master screen recorder. Shout out to all the meme makers out there. All right, so we got a little, I don't think you guys can see this, but we got a little, we got the YouTube in the video, so we're going to screen record this real quick. It is coming up, chat. That's the part. It goes that I don't know why this clip it cuts it, but it's coming. I double checked. All right, we got it. We got what we need now. All right, now we got our meme material here. if you were on earlier, I was trying to do this while he was still talking. I think maybe you guys were hearing my audio. I'm not sure. I didn't think it played, but apparently it does. All right, so we need start right around here. Zoom in on the timeline here. I'm trying to line up so they say squirrel at the same time. If squirrel, if you're still on, shout out to your YouTube name or nickname, whatever squirrel is. Oh, I gotta unmute. Oh, that's it. That's it, chat. That lines up. Oh, it's too good. All right. I want the beginning of this too. All right, we'll end it there. All right, so should we do the dog on the top or Aaron on top? Let's see. Here, maybe we'll go Aaron. Move this down. Up to size a little bit. The making of a meme. Maybe this should be its own stream series in and of itself. Create like a reality show for meme people, meme creators. It's kind of a vibe, right? You can get it, you know, you could ask the opinion of people watching and make memes together. All right, so now we got to figure out with the right volume here too, so you can hear them both. Audio, where do you go? I already have Aaron up a bunch. I'm gonna do this down. I think Aaron's a little too loud. You don't hear the. It's good. I'm enjoying this too much. All right, so I'm gonna bring this. What up, Snipe? We're making memes over here, dog. Hopefully Duke will be on. He didn't DM me back, but we'll see. All right, now we got a. So here, I got to chat. You got to help me out with this, right? We what is like the text? What's the text we put at the top? Snipe trying to save me from the Rocket game. What is what's the text? I gotta get. So what I do is just throw this little white section. Let's see. I am still holding a couple NQ runners here, by the way. It's holding up. Got stops and some profit here, but entries at 25 with my new average here. We're right below the opening print, so 25 to 615s. So we're up a little under 100 points. Yeah, we're letting them runners run, baby. While we're memeing out. The question is, what do we put up here in the text chat? When you see a squirrel on stream, streaming with ADHD. I don't know if Aaron even has ADHD, but right, Snipe is the goat. Snipe, my favorite part about you sending me the $100 Zelle while gambling is that you literally wrote Tyler Risk, like, which isn't not even my name, but I loved it. All right, let's see. What do we want to put? What's a good text here? What's a good text? When trading and a squirrel runs past your chart. Tyler Risk, that's hilarious. When a squirrel runs past your chart, trading with ADHD. Let's see, maybe we can put a poll up here. I got to come up with like 4. I want this to pick up so they start talking at the same time here. So I may try to trim this down a little bit. All right, I like it. I like it. All right. That's lined up a little better now. Let's see here. What do we want to put? All right, well we'll make a couple of them. This will be one. We'll just export this. So let's see, we'll go full screen, give a little preview. All right, I dig it. We're gonna export that one. Aaron meme squirrel. ADHD. Export. All right, now let's see. We got that one. What else are we gonna go with? When you're trading and a squirrel runs across your desk. Boom. All right, there's two. Anybody else got a good caption for this? Anybody? Any other caps? And we got no memers in the chat here. That's good. It makes me laugh. I think it looks good. I think it's good too. I just don't know if we have any. Those are two good. Those are two decent captions. They're good. If I think of anything else, we'll add another one. Here we'll show. If anybody has a good one for this, this was a good. This Duke one. This is the Duke meme template here. This is when I told him about his. I lied to him. I tricked him and told him that he had a browser he didn't want to have up open. Just solid meme template there. You just got to keep the meme templates on lock. You know what I'm saying? If anybody's got any ideas for this one, that's definitely a reusable meme template here. I'm not sure. Duke didn't. He didn't DM me back on Discord. We'll see if he's gonna hop on. 1 minute to 1. We'll see. We'll see. Is it not showing? Was it not showing? Was it showing my editing screen the whole time there? So right now it is just showing like my CapCut home. Yeah. There we go. Okay. All right, you guys couldn't see that before. Here now it's open. But Yeah, we got this Duke meme template. If you have any suggestions, the original one we used for this was, let me find it. The original one we used for this was checks how many days are left in 2025, and then checks year-to-date P&L to see how much ground they need to make up. That's pretty good. Let's see. Duke. Looks like Duke is probably not going to make it for Ticker Tinder, so he probably has to postpone until next week. But that's all right. Let's see. I'm going to check in on the markets here real quick. NQ still holding up. Take a look at this 15. Holding on to the 15-minute uptrend here. Oh wow, ES got the much bigger pullback there, not looking nearly as strong. See if that hourly can hold close with the hammer. GME gave us the big wake up to 24 earlier. Still above this 23.37 level I have, and VWAP, we'll see how she closes. We got earnings after hours on GME. That's another name I have a position in. Why can't I think of it? EOSE, that's right. EOSE. This is a name I entered a couple longs on. Towards the end of market close yesterday. We closed with this nice daily hammer. Tested above today, didn't get any follow through, but we'll see how we close today. But that's a name I'm holding a small swing position in, a few contracts. I think like 3 or 4, nothing crazy. Solid looking chart. Yeah, the daily 3-bar play with the strong trend bar, inside bar. Now we failed below, but now we're have a bit of a 4-bar play where you got trend bar, double inside bar that closes strong near the highs. I like this break above if this can hold and close strong. Obviously, FOMC tomorrow could change things, but I wanted to hold this through FOMC, hoping that some added volatility, if it does end up working in my favor, can get some stronger follow through here. So we'll see. This off was pretty harsh here, a couple of big days here once we got to these highs, but if we can pop, if FOMC ends up pumping the market as opposed to killing it, I think these could look solid heading into the rest of the week. And if you've been on stream, you know I'm also holding a few GME 25 strike calls. Definitely a little bit of a gamble there. Got to do it for the meme sometimes, you know? All about that meme, Also, if you have, if anybody's got a good, good meme caption for this Duke template. But yeah, he was having like computer issues doing Ticker Tinder. And so while he was doing that, I was like, "Oh, dude, you don't want to have that browser up, do you?" And he was like, what? And I was like, the hub? Oh, the fear, the look of fear in his eyes. So satisfying. But yeah, solid meme template there. Love you gotta love a good meme. I'm loving this new Aaron one. We'll get that posted. So since we don't have a Duke, Duke this afternoon, we'll probably end up wrapping a little early here. Let's take a look at the rest of this week. Take a look what's coming up. I'm gonna pull the cues back up while I do this. Holding up a lot better than the S&P. All right, now let's take a look. The schedule rest of this week here. Okay, guys, so coming up the rest of this week, today was Tuesday, so we got Wednesday, we got Aaron back. It looks like it is Amar and Lady Leverage will be on for live trading tomorrow. Lady Leverage has been killing it on all the live streams. I'm sure she does inside the Discord as well, but every day she has been on StockDads TV. Oh, jeez. Every day she's been on StockDads TV. She's crushed it. Amar's had some really solid trades on the live as well. Then we got Aaron back with a nooner. We're going to do the game show on Wednesday. I don't know if we'll do it this week, but if anybody's interested in competing in the game show, please reach out to us either inside of the Discord. Maybe we'll put like an official sign up sheet together, but for now, reach out to us inside the Discord. You could DM me. My personal Instagram account is at Risk Life News, or you could do the at StockDads TV account, the StockDads account. The StockDads account is probably, I would assume, the one with the busiest DMs. So you probably would have, it might be a little bit better to do the StockDads TV account or my Risk Life News account. But yeah, DM us if you want to compete in trading the game show. We don't want to just do Karen and Amar every week. We want to switch it up and have some more fun with it. And maybe we'll even do some group stuff too. So if you're interested in ever being a participant, we're gonna get some prizes for people who do participate. So yeah, reach out to us for sure. And then Thursday we got Jordan and Adidas for the live trading, which is nice. They have a little bit of different styles. Adidas is in and out pretty quick with his scalps, and will change between long and short. To where Jordan and I are a little bit more similar. We're looking for more of a higher R multiple, a move we can hold for a little bit more, but it's always a good time with those guys. And I think we got to pressure Jordan into the Red Bull sponsorship a little bit more, right? So we get a little Red Bull money behind this stream. We get a little wild, right? We get a budget. So maybe we even just I'll go rogue. I'm just gonna put the Red Bull logo on the screen as an overlay for tomorrow's stream, and then I'm just gonna send Jordan a bill. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think that could work? I don't know. It's worth a shot. But we got Jordan and Adidas, and then Thursday afternoon we'll see. I'm not sure. I gotta come up with something. But we'll do something. Even if we do just vibe out, do a little bit of gaming, maybe I'll find some more meme material and we'll do some more live meme creation while we trade in the afternoon or hold any positions. I guess I'm still holding some MNQ runners here, and a couple individual names. So, but yeah, so that's what the rest of this week looks like. And we have 16 days until Christmas. We'll pretty soon, I'm sure we'll get a schedule out around Christmas. Let me take a look at the calendar and see what it looks like. So this week, our last day streaming will be the 11th. I'm sure we'll be on the full week, the 15th through the 18th. So the 15th is Monday, 18th would be Thursday. And then the week, Monday's the 22nd. I don't know for sure. My guess is we'll probably stream Monday the 22nd and Tuesday the 23rd. And then take the rest of the week off. And I would assume we'll be back in between Christmas and New Year's, but we'll definitely update you guys on that once we finalize that schedule. I don't think it's quite finalized yet. So, but that means we got the rest of this week, another full week, and then probably a partial week. So hopefully everybody's ready to go for Christmas. But yeah, chat. That's it. Today was a good stream. Zach had at least the one winner. I think maybe a little bit of a mixed bag for him. Had the nice winner on the MNQ futures. Reminder, tomorrow's FOMC. So if you are going to hold any positions overnight tonight, just make sure you are, sized properly. You're aware of the risk. Things could start to get a little volatile, if you know what I'm saying. I also was talking about the Nintendo 64 emulator, so we might have to rock. I got the real N64 too, but I gotta get I gotta get some stuff to get that one hooked up. But maybe Friday or Thursday, not Friday. Maybe Thursday we'll do a little gaming or something. See if we can talk Callan into coming on and getting embarrassed. He's scared that he'd lose, which he would. He would definitely lose. But yeah. Let's see. I just got Discord notifications. If it's in here. Hope everything's all right with Duke. Yeah, it sounds like today Duke ran into a little bit of emergency. So hopefully, prayers out for Duke. Hopefully everything is all right with him, and it's nothing too major. But looks like we might have a week or two off without Ticker Tinder. So we will see. We will see. We'll come up with something. Listen, chat. I like the live meme edits, but I need a little participation. We gotta get a brainstorm going. You know what I mean? There's no wrong answers. There's no bad answers. We gotta you start spitballing. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll come up with some more meme material as we go, but. We'll probably just wrap it here for today. Solid stream, solid live trading. The free value that Aaron gives every day on stream is awesome. He breaks down the market super well. Every different sector and how things interact with each other, and paints a really nice full picture of the landscape of the financial markets. So those are invaluable every day. Hopefully you guys are tuning into those as well as the live trading. It's been great, honestly, since we started the stream from everyone. I know somebody in the chat today said that they've been loving the stream. It has been severely helping them with their patience and stuff like that. So that's awesome. That's what we're hoping to do for you guys. And if you want access to all of the StockDad traders all the time, that community, the Discord is always available to you. But in the meantime, we'll always be here 4 days a week for free. So love you all. Peace out. Thanks for hanging out. Another good day. We're back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. So make sure you guys are there. We'll see you bright and early. See you, everybody. Bye.